Hello everyone. Welcome back to DQ RTA Marathon 2022. Hope you're all excited for Dragon Quest IV PlayStation. I'm joined here by my buddy the Countess.
Hello. There's ducks on screen and I'm not happy about it.
At least it's not hammerhoods.
That's true. It is true.
They'll
get what's coming to them.
Yeah, so this is going to be Dragon Quest IV PlayStation. This is a Japanese-only release. It's built on the same engine as DQ7, if anyone was around for that run. If anyone is familiar with the coming in 2002 advertisement from DQ7. It didn't, but it did come out in Japan.
We're hopeful. Optimistic.
So this run is JRTA. So timing is going to start at console power on. So I've turned my console off and I am ready to get started here. So yeah. 3, 2, 1, go. The first thing I'm going to do here is set fast disk speed. That's to improve loading times. I will be doing some resetting during the run where I will have to set that again later. But first things first, we are going to name our hero, if I can remember where words are, Sophia.
Yes.
The canonical heroine name. There will be no Fendrag today. 4 Japanese characters only. So, yeah, so if anyone's played the NES or DS versions, this version of the game falls much more closely to the DS release. So it adds this little prologue here that's not seen in the NES version. This short little intro scene. I will be talking a lot throughout the run about the differences between the various versions because I know most people here are probably much more familiar with the English versions of the game, and there are some pretty important differences, especially compared to NES. But yeah, this little intro scene, just a couple minutes of introducing the hero. Normally in NES, you don't see the hero until all the way in Chapter 5, but we get a short introduction here with her friend Cynthia. Cynthia is not the English name, but it is the name here. And you can see I'm already doing the same thing Countess was doing in his DQ7 run, which is going to be rotating the camera to move vertically as much as possible. I'll probably talk about that a few times during the run, because there are some areas where I will likely get extra encounters because I'm bad at movement.
Yep. That's pretty much all of my run.
Hopefully my movement will be a little bit more crisp than some of Cowie's, but there's a lot less to this game than there is to DQ7, so grinding movement's a little easier.
Yeah, I started trying to grind camera movement and making notes on it, but that only lasts for about the first hour of my notes. Then I just immediately dropped it.
Understandable.
Decided that would be if I wanted a better time than I was shooting for.
So here we are into Chapter 1. We've got our buddy Ragnar. In a really quick run, like a PB attempt, I would unequip Ragnar's armor, so that way I could take a little bit more damage on the way to Izmit here, but I will keep it equipped for the marathon. Only loses a couple seconds of an extra round or 2 of combat, basically. And if I first try run from this, it doesn't lose me anything. So I am going to, just like NES, although a little bit later here, I'm going to sell my copper sword for a wooden hat. It's going to give me a little bit of extra defense. I'm not going to fight anything until I get the Sword of Malice a little bit later in this in the chapter. So we want all the defense we can get. And then talk to Alex in the prison down here. And then take off our equipment so we can death warp. And I'm just going to get into a fight and just use... this is the worst fight to death warp on, but use a piece of armor as an item to death warp. Just save some animation time compared to attacking or anything like that.
Yeah. Plus, Ragnar might be able to punch out these slimes even at level 1.
Yeah, probably. It's actually also a valid strat is to, on the way to Izmit, to actually fight a couple things if you get an easy fight. Alright, so we're going to talk to Freya here. Have her come bring Alex back to his senses. Pick up a string seed. String seed is pretty useful. I don't think it's there in NES, but
Nope.
Nice to get here. There'll be 2 string seeds that I'll be picking up. Kind of one of those things where this game likes to do a lot of, similar to DQ7, kind of hiding things with the camera. You know, it makes things a little more realistic in terms of, like, I guess 3-dimensional layouts or like 3-dimensional cameras. Where sometimes doors will be on the back side of things, or treasure chests will be hidden behind walls or whatever. It's a good example of it there.
Yeah, on the NES version, the buildings didn't have a height to them, so the doors, you could just see them because you had a full top-down view, but now there's a different perspective, and the walls block the doors if they're on the north side.
Did you make it in time? Hello, Evil Ash. You are here just in time for the first run of the day. Not actually the first run of the day, but the first DQ4 run of the day. Yeah, so... You want to talk, Countess, a little bit about the, kind of the general story of Chapter 1 here?
Yeah, so Ragnar here is a soldier from the castle down south Berland, and he's been tasked by the king to go find the children that have been abducted lately, because the English script, anyway, he words it as if he'd been kind of putting this off for a while. I don't really know why this wasn't a higher priority until now, but now, enough of the mothers have complained that he sent 8 of his finest soldiers off into the wild, and the one with a custom sprite is the one that's going to find him.
Really, 7 of his finest soldiers and Ragnar.
Yeah.
Yeah, so we're coming down here to this well. And there's which is where the children were out playing or something like that, and they were being lured down here, basically. And we're going to find our friend, Hoyman Healy. Healy is really good in this version. Healy, compared to NES, has a lot more, or say a lot more agility.
3 times as much.
Is it that much more?
It's like 18 versus 58, I think.
Oh, wow. I didn't realize it was that much of a difference. But yeah, Healy almost always goes first. Hopefully these demon stumps don't kill me. And I can use Healy's magic outside of combat, like this. And Healy also has some fire resistance, which will be very useful for the boss fight. So, yeah, Healy's just generally pretty awesome. And then we're going to go grab the flying shoes over here. Anyone familiar with NES might wonder why in NES you get the shoes before Healy, and here I'm getting them after, but the answer is that there's encounters in this area, in this version, and NES doesn't have encounters until you're closer to Healy. I'm also going to be walking out rather than death warping, because there are a couple of seeds on the way out of this cave that will be pretty useful. There'll be a life seed and an agility seed, which is kind of optional, but I will get it.
I think the agility seed is there on NES, but not the life seed.
Yep.
If that's the one in the treasure chest.
Yeah, exactly.
It's the life seed we would pick up. It only takes a second to walk in here. You don't have to come here from the basement.
All right, and then use the flying shoes, and we're off to the tower. So the idea is that the children have been picking up these shoes, warping off the tower, and then being attacked by evil monsters. Oh, hello, friends. Both using sap on turn 1.
Oh, that's better than one of them using it and the other punching you.
Yeah. Ooh, a second encounter. So this game uses the same encounter system as most of the modern Dragon Quest games, where it uses kind of a depletion system. So every time I load an area, can mean going up or down stairs or into doors or whatever, it generates a random value for like when I will get an encounter, how many steps it will take to get an encounter. And so that's why you see me going up and down stairs sometimes. You'll see some areas with a lot of stairs where I will get very few encounters. I'm going to equip this shield in combat before running. Getting an encounter in this room is pretty unlucky. And we're
One thing I always notice when I play this game is that the encounters are all really rebalanced in this version. Like, you just found 3 pixies. That would be an extremely rare encounter in the NES version.
Yeah.
Back-to-back 2 fights that have 3 monsters in it.
And also a lot more fights with multiple enemies in a group, like this one, where like I was able to hit both pixies with the Sword of Malice as an item. Sword of Malice, you cast Fireball when used as an item. Whereas compared to NES, like, you grind down here and there's one encounter where that's a useful thing to be able to do.
Yeah. It's a lot of points in the run. Like, I always remember right outside Indoor in Chapter 2, the encounters there are a lot nastier. You could find groups of like 4 skeletons instead of 2.
Mm-hmm. For sure. So I'm actually already done grinding. I know the NES version goes to level 6. I only go to level 3. If I wipe out and come back, I might get another level on the way back down. And you could argue that, like, maybe I should have fought this, especially since I've been failing to run from it, but the biggest risk is Healy dying, and getting Ragnar an extra level doesn't really help that.
Yeah, and compared to NES, all the seeds you've picked up equal about the levels that you're down. Like, strength and HP are all Ragnar really needs and uses.
Yeah. Yeah, a little low on HP, but strength for sure. Alright, so we're going to hope to kill the eyeball here in 2 hits. If he defends, then he might enrage. He did not defend. That's very good. Okay, eyeball is down. This is actually scary. Healy chose to heal himself. That's a little unlucky, but not punished for it. So I should be able to, at this point, just kind of hold turbo through this fight and win. The scary part is when both Ragnar and Healy are in or around the range where, like, they need healing. Because then somebody could get one shot, or Healy could heal the wrong person, or whatever. Yeah, Healy healing at 17 is also another difference in this version. Healy won't heal until he's 16 or lower in NES. For whatever reason. But this fight looks like it's pretty safe. So should be easy peasy. This fight is so much nicer in this version compared to NES.
The Healy just being nearly guaranteed, if not guaranteed, to go first makes a huge difference just for consistency.
Mm-hmm. In resistant fire.
Yeah, that too. Because on NES, the Shadow has 16 agility, Healy has 18, and Eyeball has 20, so Healy's kind of tied with them. So it's like 50-50 if he's going to go before them. But actually, if this game uses the same agility formula as DQ7, he's probably guaranteed to go first.
No, that did not actually use. I don't know. I don't know what the formula is, and I don't know. I feel like he's not guaranteed, but I actually don't know. So I'm going to come back in the tower real quick to grab a wing. There are no more encounters now that we've defeated the boss, so... Yeah, dying in this version to the Shadow isn't uncommon. It does happen, but it's pretty quick to come back, and it is a much higher success rate. So this was a pretty good chapter 1.
And on the way back down, if you got 3 encounters, it's still a quarter of what you'd get on NES walking down a second time.
Mm-hmm. And then here we're going to report our news to the king, and he's going to reward us with some experience points that would have been, I don't know, nice to have earlier, but I guess I'll take them now.
Why are there 8 guards here now when there were 7 at the start and one of them died?
I mean, he just trained a couple more real quick.
That must be why you're the only one that had any luck. That's how long their recruits have been around.
So, unfortunately, all this experience that we're getting, you get way more experience in this version here than you do in NES. The idea is that Ragnar's the last character that we'll get in Chapter 5. And so this is kind of just getting him enough experience to be kind of caught up when he joined the party. And we don't use Ragnar at all in this version, so all these levels are kind of just a waste of time, but it's all right. Speaking of that, do you want to maybe talk a little bit about, Cowie, about the kind of like the chapter system and like how the game is sort of organized?
Yeah, so if anyone's not familiar at all with DQ4, this game's broken up into sections where this is, chapter 1 that we just watched, but we're about to enter chapter 2 and start over with completely different characters, all at level 1. And then chapter 3, 4, 5, we'll do that all again. And then chapter 5, we'll eventually meet all of our characters from the previous chapters and team up to, do the second half of the game together. But at the beginning here, you're just meeting new people in new areas. So now we're going to be Princess Alena here in the country of Santeem, which is pretty far away from where we were in chapter 1. We're not even going to hear about those areas. Yeah, in this game you can control manually all your characters in chapter 5. I think did DQ6 introduce the full control tactic, or did DQ5 have it too?
DQ5 you can control the whole party.
Okay. Then yeah, it must just be DQ4, NES, and Famicom. But yeah, in the original, you have to use the AI controls to control your party, which are, you'll put them on like offensive and they'll use more offensive magic, or you can tell them to use no magic or focus on healing. And it's a pretty robust AI system for an NES game.
Yeah, definitely. And there are tactics in this version of the game also, but I won't be using them at all. They're not super reliable. Oh, I forgot to pet the cat. It's fine. We'll be coming back through here again later. I've got another chance to pet the cat. We'll get a delayed cat.
You could have talked to it twice.
I know, but I forgot, okay? I never talk to the cat. I'm going to stock up on a couple herbs here, getting 3 herbs. And then I'm going to pick up an agility seed in this chest over here, which will let me get a holy knife, which will help with fighting in this chapter.
And they had to change it from a whip to a knife because the whips in later games hit areas, whole groups of enemies.
Yeah, and it's... I think it's actually also a holy knife. Oh no, maybe it's not. I was gonna say, I thought it might also be a holy knife in Famicom, but no, I think it's still the whip. I was thinking it might be one of those items that got, like, its name changed because of holy and Nintendo, 80s, 90s Nintendo removing religious references from everything. Yeah, so I'm going to be...
The same item, though, was the magic knife in Dragon Warrior 3, though, so they probably would have translated it the same way.
Yeah, that's fair. So I'm going to be grinding on my way to Tempe here. I always forget the name of this town. I'm going to be grinding to level 3 on everybody. And... oh, this is a little scary. See ya, Bray. I'm gonna run from this fight. I'm going to try to run from this fight. I'm going to die. Do I have money to revive everyone? Yes. Okay, well, that's, not really how that's supposed to happen, but, you know. We'll make do. The beginning of this chapter is a little bit dicey, so this game has some random spell learning, and it could be beneficial to go to level 4, but you're not guaranteed to learn upper or sap spells, and I'm actually going to grab this now because I'm in here. But since you're not guaranteed to learn them, it's not really worth grinding the extra levels. So we're going to grind to level 3 and hopefully be able to beat the Chameleon Man. And hopefully we'll get some decent money along the way. Money in this chapter is actually a little bit tight, so spending 20 there for that revive isn't super great, but just might mean a little bit more fighting if I end up taking a wipe. So we'll see. But for now, there's not a whole lot to do in this grind besides fight stuff. But the one thing to note is that Bray's MP management is kind of important here from a time perspective. You really don't want to have to take the inn. So that's kind of what you can usually get right about to level 3 before Bray runs out of MP. And so trying to not just spam Ice Bolt on every single fight is actually kind of worthwhile, even though it might be faster to use Ice Bolt. It's actually faster to skip the inn. Yeah, Alena's crit is based on her level. Level out of 255. So getting crits early on is actually less common than other characters, but at the end of the game, she will get a lot of crits. Hopefully. If she doesn't get a lot of crits, then we might be in trouble. Bray's still got a bunch of MP, so I actually might end up, if I get level 3, I might end up taking a couple extra fights and using up his MP. make up that gold.
That's a good point. At level 255, you would just get crits every time. You should just grind up there.
That's a pretty good idea. That might take a while, though. That might not be like a good speedrun strat.
Maybe. Usually the XP curve kind of cools off around level 30 or 40.
It's true. But I've done Chapter 6 runs, and I know how long it takes to get Pissarro 2 levels, 3 levels, whatever it is for Revive. And, it's long enough.
Oh, that is also true. We are ahead of schedule, so you could just grind to 255.
It's true. I will not be doing Chapter 6 in this run, though. That would add another hour or so to the run, and I'm not at all practiced in Chapter 6. There are a couple of pretty difficult bosses, and some more grinding. Why Chapter 6 is the best chapter? Well, you see, Chapter 6 has a couple of really fun boss fights. Has a chicken and egg boss fight, and then a rematch against a powered-up evil priest, and it's pretty fun. They're pretty fun fights. So, I think that makes I don't know. I think that makes Chapter 6 pretty good in a speedrun.
The egg's on the left, so he did spawn into the battle first. So.
All right, grab an agility seed, which is technically optional, but does help a little bit. Trade around a little bit of equipment here. I'm basically just switching Christo and Bray's armor and giving Bray some of my spare stuff and Christo. There's a fair bit of stuff that I'll be doing in this chapter and kind of throughout the game, but to sort of manage my inventory. This game does give you a bag, but only in Chapter 5, and item usage in combat is pretty important, and there's a lot of just like little subtleties to menu optimizations and trading stuff around and things like that, so most of the times when I'm in a menu, just assume that there is some greater plan in mind, even if I don't stick to that plan. Alright, so we're coming up on the chameleon humanoid fight here. This fight is actually pretty scary. In the NES version, you can coffin block and you can upper Alena, so she's got really high defense, and I don't really have those options here. So I just kind of have to hope that nobody gets focused down on turn 1, and hope that nobody gets put to sleep, which the chameleon man can do. Okay. I'm going to defend with Alena on this turn. We did get one Rabid Hound, so that's excellent. Bray got put to sleep. Bray got killed. That's kind... Alena got put to sleep. This isn't, like, great. Christo got put to sleep. I kind of focus on what's going on here. Heal, with an herb. Christo's still asleep. Now Alena's asleep. This is truly terrible. Alright, well this is a wipe. Holy moly. That might be the worst chameleon man fight I've ever seen. I don't know what the odds are, so when he does the animation where he kind of lifts the staff over his head, that's the one that has a chance of putting you to sleep. And I think it's a 1/3 chance when he does it. So...
that's the NES chance anyway.
Yeah. So, having that happen I don't know, what, 3 people got put to sleep, 4 people got put to sleep in that fight is incredibly unusual.
And he may also have physical attacks that are not the sleep attack.
Yeah, he does. Yeah. But there's a different animation for them. So.
Yeah. If you want to combine the odds of him choosing that attack versus it proccing, then it gets even lower.
Yeah, of course. So I need to fight some extra stuff now to make up that money I lost from that death. I don't know if I'll go to level 4. But I might. I'm getting a lot of fights on the way back here.
You usually don't get much for stats at level 4. Maybe a couple points of HP.
Yeah, well, that's exactly what I want, though.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, I want that for... mostly for Christo. But I may as well. We're here. And I'm going to need the money anyway, so... it's either I fight some stuff now, or I take more valuable but more dangerous fights after the Chameleon Man. So I may as well take the fights now and get some money, get an extra level. Maybe even get lucky and learn Upper or Sap. Hopefully I don't get all this money and then die again. That'd be kind of bad.
Yeah.
Alright. Couple strength and some more HP for Alena. Hopefully just one more fight for Christo, but maybe 2. 2 minutes. Interesting.
Kind of always annoys me because if you can get past this boss, the enemies on the next side are worth like twice as much XP and gold.
Yeah. They're pretty scary, though, in this version, especially where you can't coffin block or anything.
Yeah.
So alright. 2 more HP for everyone, some more MP. Not that the MP really matters. Take the inn, and we will try that again. I might still... I don't remember how much money the Chameleon Man fight gives me. Money might still be a little iffy. I want to be definitely over 200, but closer to 250 after this grind, and I'm at 150 right now. But let's go back into the Chameleon Man and try that again, and hopefully not get put to sleep immediately and killed immediately, and... Oops. I guess we're gonna have to actually walk to the litter.
Never litter the litter.
This place looks familiar. Yeah, so like I said, dying on this fight isn't too uncommon. Dying twice is pretty rare, though, so... Let's see. I didn't really pay attention to spells. But I don't think I learned any. Nope. Okay. Kind of bad damage rolls there, but Bray survived thanks to those couple extra HPs. And
that's looking better.
So Ice Bolt in this fight is not super reliable. But I actually managed to hit twice, and he didn't heal at all, which is super nice. So Chameleon Man has 6 MP and can heal himself. And heal in this version costs 2 MP, so he actually gets 3 heals. And he didn't do it at all because I landed 2 Ice Bolts. Normally that fight goes on quite a bit longer. So we had pretty much the worst fight imaginable, and then we had pretty much the best fight imaginable. I'm gonna give all my spare herbs to Bray here, and use the life seed we got. Got a 5. So life seeds can roll 4 to 6, and I got a 6 in the first one. So pretty good luck on those. There is not one on that pedestal like on NES because they moved it to before the fight, which is pretty nice. I will fight this rabbit hound. And this should be all the money that I could ever care about.
$20. What else do you need?
Alright, so we're gonna go into the inn here. And there's some stuff going on with people pretending to be the princess. But I'm the princess. I think. So,
If you're not, maybe you fell out of the castle and hit your head and just think you're the princess.
It's true.
That old man and priest in there were the real Christo and Bray. I 100% would have forgotten to talk to that kid if I were playing this today. Forgot that's required.
Yeah, there are a lot of different plot triggers, especially in this chapter, in this version of the game.
Yeah, especially like with the Birdsong Nectar.
Mm-hmm.
So you have to actually go to the old man behind Santeem Castle that tells you about the nectar, and he tells you to go talk to a bard, and then he tells you how he got his voice back at one point.
Right.
On NES, all you need is the key.
Yep. So I'm going to do my first safety save here of the run. Because the Golden Bracelet Cave can be a little bit scary. But I bought some chainmail for Christo. And I bought some antidote herbs and some medical herbs for while they're on Bray, but for whoever needs them. Already a wonderful fight. So, in here, we want to get the golden bracelet, and then I will also get the money on the way back out that's in that chest that I just walked past. The one above me, where I just walked past. Christo might die here. He did not. Good. Christo dying here is pretty rough because you lose your healing, but that's why we bought a bunch of herbs. Poison. 2 poison. Why we bought antidote herbs. All these strats coming in handy.
What story and dialogue did DB4 NES have? I think Game FAQs has a script dump of it, actually.
Yeah, I believe that. Alright, so there's our Ogan no Dewa. I'm being very specific with that name.
That's what that is.
Mm-hmm. Countess likes to talk about the golden bracelet.
Sure do. Favorite thing.
So there's a pretty cool little, I don't know, like pun Easter egg kind of thing in this game, this version of the game, where you get that item and it's the golden bracelet. It's the Ogan no Dewa. And in the casino, there's an item that you can buy that's called literally the gold bracelet in katakana. But they're named basically the same thing, and when you see that, you might think, oh, is this the golden bracelet from Chapter 2? Because the golden bracelet's actually going to end up being a pretty important plot point in this game. So you might think, oh, this casino bracelet is, you know, the same thing, or it's the one that's important for the plot. And it's not. It's just a, I don't know, just some like bad piece of equipment.
Yeah, I think it's like in some later games, you just equip it, it's like 5 defense.
Yeah, exactly. But then in the DS localization, they changed it to be the Armlet of Transmutation, which kind of gives away its story significance way before, like, you're supposed to have any idea about it, and it also kind of kills the pun with the casino. But
yeah, in Chapter 2, you're not supposed to know it's important at all. You just think it's some jewelry, some treasure that these guys want. And the only hint that there's more to it than that is the mayor of the village. After you give it up, he says, oh, wait, you gave that up to those bandits? Just kind of nervously says, oh, I guess that's okay. He suggests that it's not good that they have it, but you could take away from that just that it's valuable.
a couple extra dollars. Say that I need to revive Bray, so I didn't actually have as much money as I thought. That'll be fine. Should have bought one fewer herb. So went to the bazaar and I stacked up on holy water, which I'll be using later. You'll see why. And some chimera wings. And I bought a wooden hat for Krista. And I picked up an agility seed. So I will be going back to the bazaar later. There are some triggers there that I'll need to hit, but for now, it's just that stuff. Just barely missed the depletion steps here. That's okay.
Apologize for any street noise my mic picks up. I live in Indiana and the 500 is in about a week.
I can actually get my... Oops. Third time's a charm. Can actually get that extra money that I need for the revival here. There's lots of like little backup gold like that in this run that it's pretty handy to know about.
And there's a couple of those I know about in 7, though I haven't tried breaking every single pot in the game.
So we were trading the golden bracelet to these bandits here. And... get the thief key. Sorry, I'm just trying to think about revives, but I'm good.
And there was a girl that was not a princess.
Yep. May. And we're going to pick up the first of our string seeds here. Hopefully I'm remembering all my plot triggers right. So we talked to the guard, and he's supposed to tell us about needing to come back to... There's something wrong with the king, and we need to come back to town. And then the chancellor here is supposed to explain that king has lost his voice. And then we go back to the back of the castle here, and we talk to the cat. It's really the most important thing that I forgot to do earlier. And then this old man's going to talk about this history of there being a bard who had lost his voice once before, and maybe we can find the bard.
It'll be tough to find him. He could be anywhere in the country.
we're going to come right next door here so I can revive and safety save. Because next up we will be going to the Birdsong Tower, which is very scary. Unfortunately, saving in this game is pretty slow. So is resetting, if it ever comes to that. And I will be resetting intentionally in a little bit. Oh, look, here's the bard. Moroni.
We found him.
He was there all along. Hey, SK. Thank you for the luck. Alright. And the bard's going to tell us that he was healed through some Birdsong Nectar and recommends that we go find that. So we're going to come here to Birdsong Tower. And this is a place where I can get myself in trouble with camera movement. Because some of these depletion thresholds for stairs are pretty picky, and sloppy camera movement can definitely lead to extra encounters, and some like that one are terrifying. That one wasn't because of camera, though. It's a little bit double-edged, right? So vertical movement is about a third faster than horizontal movement. And you can also, like, walk more in a straight line if you change the camera, rather than, like, needing to do box movement. So you can actually, like, cut your steps down a little bit by doing it also. But you can also increase your steps if you're just, like, sloppy with your movement. So a little bit double-edged, but it's worth doing. Pteranodons here are not what we want to see. This might be bad.
Oh. And they're all casting their spells.
This is why we safety save.
Well.
Oh, oops. I need to reset fastest speed.
Ah.
No, Tonic is not doing commentary. I am Haktical, and I'm joined by my friend, the Countess, for commentary.
Hello.
There is no, fortunately we don't have a commentary field on our layout here. Alright, so back here and talk to the bard again. Thought I almost pressed confirm an extra time. Ash was about to be smug, even though I don't use turbo for that menu. So I am using a turbo controller for this game. It is just allowed in the JRTA runs, so. And we allow it on most of the English runs now, too. But I'm actually playing this game with a Super Nintendo ASCII pad with an adapter to use it on a PlayStation, because I find it more comfortable than my PlayStation Turbo controllers, and I gave my good Turbo controller to Countess for his DQ7.
Yes. Using that in my run. I need to try to get better use out of that. I didn't comment on this in my run, but that controller has multiple mash speeds on it, and I just left it on the middle one the whole time, but I should have been moving it to the faster speed outside of battle. More specifically while talking to people.
Well, thankfully that Pteranodon didn't cast any of the spells, and it was only one.
Yep.
Might be the last encounter of the tower.
Sometimes there's only one, sometimes there's 4.
So there are these... I don't know. Are they Zenithians or something on the top of the tower here? I don't know what they are.
I think they're supposed to be.
But they drop the
One of them
Birdsong
have a
Nectar.
name?
Yeah. Risu?
Why?
Well, I don't know.
Hey, she sure did.
Alright, so here I'm going to be doing some menu setup. I talked earlier about how some of this menuing is a little bit weird because it's setting stuff up for later. And that's definitely one of them. So I was trading a lot of items to get holy water onto Alena. And the idea is that I want holy water at the top of everybody's inventory to quickly use them. Holy water in this version will do 1 damage guaranteed to metal slimes. And so I want them on everybody, and having them at the top just makes it quicker to use in combat.
The cat.
I talked to the cat once already. I don't need to talk to the cat twice.
You could have talked to it 3 times.
I could
Walked
have.
past it 3 times. Okay.
It's just, it's a finicky cat. If I had tried talking to him, he would have like turned around and walked away. You know, you got to let him come to you on his own terms.
That's how cats work.
Okay. Got our holy waters distributed. And now we are going to walk to Endor and hopefully not die. That's what the safety save was for. And then I will be doing some metal slime manipulations. So I will be killing metal slimes. And hopefully if things go smoothly, I'll get them pretty quickly. The manipulations in this game are pretty tough. Because there are about 30 different seeds you can get when you reset the console, and you need to be able to identify the seed, and then also, like, know what to do with it. And so, I can't just test them out on emulator or anything, because emulator gives a different seed, and it's always the same. So, to map out these seeds, it's like, you just reset the console over and over and over and try different things. And so, I don't have manips mapped out for every possible scenario. So I may have to reset the console a few times to get favorable ones. And my goal is 2 metal slimes to get level 11. Some of my manips, I have string seeds routed into the manip where I can guarantee roll 3 on them. I've got 2 string seeds to use. If I don't get that, I will try to roll the string seeds, but if I don't get 3s on them, then I will actually manip another metal slime and go to level 12. Since, like, if I have to save and reset for a string seed, I may as well try to get a metal slime out of it. So, let's see here. Guard is going right and then left. So that's the pattern I'm kind of using. And I do not have a manip for that. I would have gotten 4 scorpions and died. So if I know that I don't have a manip, so I'm watching the pattern of the guard's movement while I'm leaving, and based on that, I've got a spreadsheet with what the encounter will be, what my manipulation should be, how to kill the metal slime, etc. And if I don't have a manip for it, I just have a note to reset. Sometimes there's a couple patterns that look the same, so there's variability, so I have I've got to kind of just pick one and see what I end up getting. So down left, there are a few different options this could be, including a metal slime. 4 rogue knights.
I'm pretty good at manipulating 4 armor scorpions into killing me as well.
So that down left pattern could have just been a metal slime. But it was not. Also could have been 4 scorpions, especially being ambushed by 4 scorpions. That was one of the outcomes of that down left.
Well, that's even more efficient.
down right, and then he starts to go left. If this is a Pteranodon and 3 skeletons, it is. 2 runs. And then 1 seed. So I'm using an MP seed to advance RNG, and I'm using it on Alena because it does not get consumed because she doesn't have MP. We throw holy water, and there's metal slime number 1.
Oh man, items in a different place from DQ7 too. That would really throw me off if I were trying to play them both. Because skills is in the top right.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, this is set up pretty much the same way as DQ3 SFC. So it's very easy for me to switch between those 2 games.
I guess they took skills off the top and then put run in the bottom right to make up for it. So there's still 6 options.
Well, I have run in the bottom right also?
I mean, compared to 7.
Oh, okay.
But for 4, they took off skills and added run.
Gotcha.
You don't have run on 7.
Yeah, running is kind of interesting in this game. So I have a run option at the very start of combat in like the command menu where you can attack, you can change your tactics or party members or run away. Characters can also do a personal run action on their turn instead, which has, I think, a lower chance. And basically, if you do the command, like the action command for run, it happens immediately before any enemies get to act. Whereas if you do the personal action, they try to run on their turn, so the enemies get a chance to act first. But you can stack those personal run chances for a higher overall chance to run, or you can use it if, for example, a character is near death and needs to defend or be healed or something. You can try to run with the other characters. There are very rare situations where the personal run is worthwhile. I almost never use it, but it's kind of an interesting mechanic of this version. All right, let's see if we can get a quick metal slime number 2. And Alena's stats at level 11 are going to be really important. Up, down. So those could be 2 things. So I'm going to try a string seed. Nope. So up, down, it could either be 2 rogue knights or 4 armor scorpions. And if it's 2 rogue knights, I can try to run, fail twice, and get a metal slime. If it's 4 armor scorpions, then I have to actually use 2 seeds before the fight. And actually, I should really just like take that out of my notes because the Rogue Knight one is the more efficient outcome, but the Armor Scorpion one's the more common outcome. So it's kind of just gotta guess. Right, left. Oh. That was the 4 Scorpion one. If it had been that 4 Scorpion on that other one, I would have had to run from 7 encounters before getting to a metal slime. It would have been pretty slow. So this is like a pretty slow chapter 2 overall. Between the reset in Birdsong and the death to Chameleon Man, and this minute could be going better. But it's not awful or anything. Down right.
It's the Grizzly Saber grind as you do it on NES wouldn't really be an option here since you can't coffin block.
Is this a metal slime? It is, but this is a metal slime that I don't have.
Actual RNG.
Yeah. I don't actually have a manipulation to kill that metal slime. I have a few things noted down in my notes about different ways of making that fight fail, but I don't have a way of killing it. It's kind of depending on the action you take. Attacking, defending, using holy water will kind of consume a different amount of RNG. Because, like, attacking, it has to roll a damage value, for example. So, you can kind of vary that up a little bit to change the outcome of the fights. Left, right. Nope. That would have gotten me a Rogue Knight and 2 Pteranodons. Turns out that's not a fun fight.
Doesn't sound great.
So yeah, if you're lucky, then like you can get these kind of back to back and you just kind of fly through things. And doing these manips is still going to be faster than just kind of hunting for RNG. But it's yeah, this could be going better. And I will be doing this again in Chapter 5. Down. It's this one again. 2 Rogue Knights or 4 Armor Scorpions. Let's hope it's the Rogue Knights. It's not, it's the Scorpions. The opposite of what happened last time. It was up, down.
And like I mentioned earlier, a lot of the formations outside indoor in this version are worse than NES. So if you are trying to fight the metal slimes without manipulations, you're having to deal with those tougher formations, and you really don't want to wipe and reset the console because of how long you see that it takes even when doing the manipulations here.
Yeah, exactly. So you spend time hunting for fights and then healing from the fights, and then you still just end up resetting anyway.
Yeah.
Up left. Okay. This should be 4 seed, strength on 2 and 4. What am I looking at? 3 holy water. Yes. I know it say 2 holy water and defend. What happens if I throw a dummy item? Okay, we're fine. Unfortunately, you buy a limited number of holy waters, so sometimes like the exact actions don't match when people run out. You just have to manage to consume the same amount of RNG. PM920. Thanks for the GOHF. Alright, so now I'm going to check Alena's stats and see what I've got. 42 strength is good enough. Because I've already rolled my 3s and my seeds. I'll actually take the in here real quick just to get Krista's MP back, but shouldn't really matter. Trying to think if I should safety save, but I don't even think I need to do that. The only concern if I don't safety save is like running out of money to buy herbs, but I've got a fair bit of stuff to sell, so it's usually not an issue. And I can safety save if it gets to the point where like I'd be out of that stuff to sell. I can always do it later. Linguar BBCD, huh? Sure, why not?
No A.
Grab another life seed here. Right, I also need to trade around some gear. Starting off with 5 herbs. The chainmail and feather hat. Alright, so now for the arena, I'm going to buy the Iron Claw and fill up the rest of the way on herbs. Got all 9 herbs. Oh, did I? I might not have healed Alena after that HP
That's
seed.
just a ridiculous number of herbs.
It is, yeah. I agree. I'm not going to keep track of these linguars. B, B, C, D, D, C, A, B.
E, D, B, D, B, S, A, B, Z, B.
I'm just going to do lots of A's. ADHP is pretty good here. I might be able to get through Rorik without healing. I'm gonna heal once. Shoots the boomerang. Is that how that works?
Could put a boomerang in the crossbow and fire it off.
$39 on that heal. That was very good. Herbs can roll 30 to 40, so. Alright, Vivian has 12 MP, so I'm going to let her use up all of it while I defend. Ice Bolt takes 2, so she's used 6 so far. Alright, Northrex, thanks for stopping by. There's 10. I can start attacking now. She's got 1 Ice Bolt left in her, but... Or I can just crit her. Okay.
There you go. All RNG manips.
Alright, now I want to heal to full here before Samson. This is really the scariest of the arena fights. Linguar and Samson both can kind of just ruin you. This is the fight where your strength really matters, though. 24. I need to count damage here. 37. Those are pretty bad rolls. Okay. Kind of a normal Samson. When he gets under half health, he's got 90 HP. And when he gets under half health, he has a chance of using an herb to heal himself. And if he does that, it's pretty tough to come back from. Pretty much you end up using all of your herbs or hoping for a crit. Alright, so... What were these linguars here? B... B. There's 1. C. D. D. Why am I listening to Northrex? Never ends well.
What does chat know about Linguar?
I need to heal here. 2 herbs. It's not great. A. B. I'm just going to recycle through these 2 patterns because keeping track more than that's too tough. B. This is not looking so good. I need to hit him 3 times, basically. I've only hit him once so far. B. C. Chat, you're letting me down.
And pray.
Well, this attempt is over unless he builds up strength and I crit or something. Well, he built up strength, but I wasn't hitting him. So, build up strength again? Nope.
Ian praying you'd have killed him twice.
I know. That's what I usually do, but you gotta follow the memes, you know?
Yeah, the memes are important.
All right. This time, though, we're just gonna do A and pray rather than trying to follow party order. Trying to ensure the schedule's back on track. Yeah, this is a little slower than average so far, but if we get through it this time, not too bad.
We have a lore update on why we're in this castle.
Go for it.
So, Alena left her home to go find somebody to beat up, and then she gets to Endor, and they're having this fighting tournament, which is just perfect for her. So she goes in and talks to the king and says, hey, can I join this fighting tournament? And he says, yeah, sure, can you win it for me? She just says I was going to do that anyway. And then now we're here.
I could not have said it better myself.
Stomping all these guys.
I will actually heal during the Vivian fight, rather than wasting half an herb here. 2 MP. 6 MP. 8 MP. I already used one more spell. There we go. Gira. Excellent. That's all of her MP.
And there's also something about the king promising the winner can marry his daughter, except his daughter already has a boyfriend, so...
Yeah. He promised the winner to marry his daughter, and then he regrets it, and so he says, hey, can you win so I don't have to actually, like, go through with it? And you're like, okay.
You know, if Alena did choose to marry the Princess of Endor, Von Malmo would invade and Tulun wouldn't be able to stop it. Or if she married Necrosaro.
57. 69. Nice. Or no. What? I don't know what my math was doing there. It's fine. Doesn't matter.
I'm sure Chapter 3 would still work out for Tulun, it just wouldn't end well for Endor. Or really, it wouldn't end well for Von Malmo, if we're being honest. They're starting to invade Endor when they just don't even have any armor. They're so desperate they're buying aprons from Tulun. Like, I don't think they were going to win that fight anyway.
Aprons they can't even equip.
Yeah.
The real question is, like, what is the sequence of events, right? Like, does this fully happen before the events of Chapter 3? Does any of Chapter 3 happen in parallel with this?
Yeah, that's fair.
I mean, I assume it's all sequential, but...
Pretty sure Tulun arrives in Endor after this tournament happens, because they talk about it having happened. But who's to say that there isn't, like, time actually passing during the chapters? Tulun probably didn't raise 100,000 gold in 3 days like he does in the speedrun. Or maybe he did.
He could just be that good. So it's kind of interesting, Linguar here. Kind of a difference I'll point out compared to other versions of the game is the way his build-up power works. So in NES, if he builds up power and then moves, he loses that built-up power. In this version of the game, if he builds up power and moves, he does not lose the built-up power. However, if he uses his fireball breath, that does not get extra damage from the power buildup, but it does on NES. And then in DS, I think everything just works as it's supposed to. I think both things get the increased damage, and it stays with him if he moves. So all three versions, power buildup works a little bit differently. But
Pretty sure on DS, if he builds up power in A and then moves away, then the next time he moves back to A, he will hit twice as hard.
Oh,
I think they broke it in a different direction.
Yeah, I think you might be right there, that it might stick with the position. I knew there was something weird about it, or I thought there was something weird about it. Anyway, Aim Pray was the strat this time. We got through Linguar easy peasy.
Yeah, in Chapter 2, Ragnar's in the shrine that Alena uses to get to Indoor. He's on the indoor side of it. And then in Chapter 3, at one point, he's in the casino. But you don't see him in Chapter 4, to my knowledge.
So yeah, my average splits for Chapter 2 are 107, so we're a little behind that. But there's plenty of time to be made up elsewhere. Or lose elsewhere, you know. It's DQ4. Here we get to see the scene where Alena murders a guy. Kapow. She does not actually murder a guy. It's an injured guard using his last breath to tell her that something terrible has happened.
She also doesn't catch him, though.
It's true. So we go back to Zenithian Castle, and it's empty and silent.
They'll be fine. I'm sure we'll find out exactly what happened to all of them. They won't just reappear in the credit sequence.
Nope. We'll definitely find out. All right, Chapter 3 time. So Chapter 3 in this version is actually not too bad. Anyone who's seen the NES version knows it can be pretty lengthy. It's like 45 minutes long in that version. And it's going to be like 25-ish in this one. Maybe a little bit faster if we get good luck. But the idea behind this chapter is that we need to make money. And it's a very unique chapter. It's a really fun chapter casually. There's not really anything quite like it in other DQ games. In the speedrun, it gets, I don't know, kind of repetitive, but it's like a big menu, basically. And, like, that's kind of neat in its own way. I tried to sell the wrong thing. Pick up a life seed here to sell. I don't get the iron safe. No need for it. But, I'm gonna grab 3 Chimera wings. Go talk to the prince here. Prince Rick. There's a little trick I can do to sneak past this guard. And we free this guy from jail. Jailbreaks are always great. And then follow him out with a wing of our own. The only place indoors in the whole game where you can use a wing for whatever reason. You always have to go outside, otherwise you bonk, but not there.
Yep. There were budget cuts because they were trying to afford armor, so they couldn't finish putting the roof on the prison.
Now we pick up the dog, Thomas. And we got a pal. We got a little buddy who's going to follow us around for the rest of the chapter. And yes, Velevi, going up and down is about a third faster than left to right, and diagonal is, like, in the middle. It's sort of to compensate, I think it's sort of to compensate for, like, aspect ratios and, like, the way that things look on a TV. Because if you play DQ3 Super Famicom or DQ6 Super Famicom on a CRT, and you're sitting close to it, you will really notice that, like, when you're going up and down, you're, like, flying. And then when you go left and right, it's like a crawl. Like, the perspective is very jarring. And I think the difference in movement speed is to kind of compensate for some of that.
Yeah, aspect ratio is actually a good point. I hadn't thought of that.
Okay, so Fox gives us some armor that we're going to trade over here. And I want 2650 at least for this, so 2807, I will take that on the first try. Talk to the king, and he will mention that basically we were doing that to get the architect to come fix the bridge. The bridge was broken to Endor, and we needed to get an architect, but the architect was kind of enraptured by the fox's illusion village. So we bring the dog who sniffs out the fox, who causes the architect to come back to fix the bridge. It's very easy to actually forget to talk to the king and then leave town, and then the bridge is still broken. But I'm going to safety save just in case this walk here goes poorly. Sometimes you run into enemies and we don't have much equipment, but it was fine. Oops, don't sell lunch. I haven't actually healed yet at all. Popsan, Ohio. Thank you for the good luck.
Speaking of equipment, how do you think the architect fixed the bridge without any equipment? He was just hanging in the end by himself.
I think he's just that good.
How?
He doesn't need stuff, doesn't need hammers or anything like that. He doesn't need protection from duckspills. He's just that awesome. All right, so now we're going to head up to the Silver Statuette Cave. There's a guy in Endor who will buy over 25,000. And we're looking to get 35,000 gold to be able to buy a shop, because Taloon's dream is to have his own shop. So getting the Silver Statuette gets us a lot of the way there. And in addition, there's some other good stuff in here that we can get to sell. Nacho, thank you for the good luck. Which the dog could help in battle. Yeah, it's interesting, because there are NPCs that you can recruit in this chapter that will help in battle, like Strom. But Strom won't join you if you have the dog. He doesn't like dogs.
He hates dogs. Yeah.
Which is how you know that Strom is a bad person. And so you clearly don't want him in your party. I'll actually heal here. Not down much HP, but usually don't go through all my healing items. I missed the switch. The only thing that's really dangerous in here are metal slimes and duckspills, because I've got really strong armor. So duckspills can cast sap, which will reduce my defense that I gain from all of that armor. And metal slimes have the blaze spell, Meena, which will ignore my armor. So don't want to see them.
Right now we've got more defense power than anyone will have until chapter 5.
Okay.
I'm not even sure it's possible to equip more defense power than that until chapter 5.
Yeah, I'm not sure. Trying to think. I mean, I know I buy iron armor for Nara in chapter 4, but I don't know like what other stuff.
Yeah.
I got a scale shield. I don't know if you can get like an iron shield. Because iron armor and a scale shield plus A feather hat might be.
It'd be close.
Should have used that herb before picking up that chest, but.
Yeah, a combination of this chapter and the Torneko Mystery Dungeon games very likely did inspire Racketeer.
Ah, the Torneko Mystery Dungeon games.
Yeah,
There's something. I'm not a big Mystery Dungeon fan, but they're kind of neat games for what they are.
Racketeer basically alternates between basically having a shop like you have in this chapter, and then you go into a mystery dungeon type randomly generated dungeon to grab items out of it to sell.
Ah. I know I've seen it before on Steam, and I've considered buying it, but it does not sound like my kind of thing. Yep, we are playing the PlayStation version. Japanese only. Not really seen too far from the in the West. Not very many people have run this game. Countess ran this a few years ago at one of the DQ RTA marathons.
Yep.
Clear Tonic and Darko. Oh, I just accepted that. I was not supposed to accept that. I was thinking it was the armor. Well, taking 1300 for an apron is a bad start. Oh, I got a crit on the... do I need to talk to this guy? I don't think so. I don't. I don't know what I was saying. Yeah, anyway, I messed up the trading, but got a crit on the armor, so it makes up for it. And the idea now is that I need to be able to get the money to buy my own shop, and also need to deliver the prince's letter to the princess here. I'm going to sell the Holy Lance that I picked up. And I need 35,000 gold for the shop. There's about 100 gold worth of like backup items or backup gold I can pick up scattered around if I end up a little bit short on the armor trading. If I'm really short, then I will need to do a second round of bartering. But hopefully, bartering 9 aprons can be enough to get me there if I get a crit. So we'll see how this trading sequence goes. But the idea is that we buy from Endor, and then we go sell them to the Ban Malmo people who are trying to invade Endor, and then we stop the war, so it doesn't matter anyway.
Yep, just some good, honest business.
Restock my wing early. Oops. Okay, so I'm looking for 1,700 or more on all of these. Kind of my minimum threshold. And the farther over that we are, the more likely that we'll be able to do this in one trip. So I'm not going to take anything under 1,700, even if it's a little bit close. An argument could be made that you should use like 1,750 or something like that. But you're kind of hoping for one crit among this. The crit chance is... I don't know. I don't know the exact number. When I tested this on emulator with a script, I got like a 1 in 18 crit chance. It was like a kind of an odd number. It wasn't like an exact 1 in 16. There's a crit. It wasn't.
You never know with Dragon Quest.
Yeah. besides that crit, we haven't had any good offers yet. Not going to take that one. All right. These are some pretty decent offers. Another crit. Excellent. So this should be probably good for one trip with 2 crits. The more money I go over lets me kind of start the shop sequence. So once we get our own shop, we can start getting better value out of items. So this guy offers you what's the range? Like 75 to 125% of the item's value?
Something like that.
Um,
Or he'll jump up to 150 to 200 if he crits.
Right. And the shop is like always 150 to 200, basically. So there's a lot more value out of the shop than there is out of this bartering, so we want to get there as quickly as possible. So I've got 35,300, so that is enough. Not enough to buy anything, but I have a steel sword in the Statuette Cave that we will start our shop with. And the goal of the shop is... The story goal of the shop... Oh, I need to... Oh, that's right. Is to get 60,000 gold. Well, the goal is to get 60,000 gold to reopen the tunnel to the east. There's a little side quest in the story where you can bring iron armor and steel swords, and you will get 60,000 gold. So the intended route is to use the shop to get that 60,000, and then reopen the tunnel. And that's what I'll do. But I'm also going to get a little bit of extra gold to get some armor and some extra items to carry with me into Chapter 5, which will be useful for money in Chapter 5. So I'm going to go until I have... I want to do the shopping until I have about 31,000 gold or so, 30,000, which should be enough to bring 6 Abacus of Virtue with me into Chapter 5, which is sort of... like 5 to 7 is how many I should bring with me. And then also get the stuff to complete that quest. So we are going to buy abacuses and give them to Nene here. And I'm going to be buying and selling about 22 of them, a little bit more. You can buy and sell any stuff at the shop, even the lunch that you get here every time you rest. But abacus is the most efficient thing to deal in. So yeah, so I only get abacus and only 3, very close to 4. And I basically just count how many abacus I pick up, so this will be 5. And the number I'd go through in like a PB attempt, I'd aim for like 22. I used to do 18 or 19, but I changed up the route a little bit, and I intentionally carry a couple more than I used to. But for the marathon, I will probably do a couple of extra.
Are you able to buy multiples from every weapon shop in the game? In DQ7, you can only do that at item shops.
I want to say I think so, but I can't say I've ever tried it.
The only reason I would notice in DQ7 is because the first shop in the game, you're supposed to buy 9 herbs, and if you forget and do it in Rexwood instead, you have to buy them one at a time.
Yeah, I remember that. Yeah, I mean, I want to say you can buy multiples of everything everywhere, but I'm not entirely sure. It's very convenient for this, though. Another difference here compared to the NES version. So she's got a 75% chance of selling an item every time you sleep. And in the NES version, you can just sleep over and over to stack those chances up. But in this version, it doesn't actually roll the success chance until you talk to her, like here. Well, when I'm on this side of the counter. Here.
That's annoying.
So you can't just sleep. Now, if she gives you a bad roll, you can, like, leave the shop, come back in, and sleep again, but you can't just sleep repeatedly in a row without checking. So that was a pretty bad night. She didn't really sell a whole lot.
Pretty sure I used to sleep over and over to try to get her to sell more, but that doesn't mean that it was actually working.
I'm not selling or throwing up my lunch in front of her. I am eating my lunch in front of her.
Just feeding it to the dog.
So I think that's 14. But if you don't eat the lunch there, then, like, it's very easy to just turbo into it and accidentally give her the lunch to sell, and she will put it in the shop to sell, but it's not worth much. I'm actually going to buy 12 abacuses.
Well, the abacuses.
12 of
It's
them.
too many.
It is too many. This will put me up to 26, and I only needed 22, but it also means that I'm most likely to need to only do 1 or at most 2 rests to get the money that I need.
Yeah.
I'm a big fan of talking about the plural for abacus, and I'm a big believer in abacuses only because abaci sounds really dumb. I don't care what's actually correct.
Isn't that really what matters in language, is conveying the meaning you want? And if you say the stupid thing, even if it's right, you sound stupid.
Yep.
You're both accepted? No. We gotta get down to the bottom of this. Who decides what's accepted and what's not?
That was not a good rest. So we're just going to do that again. Shadow Killer. It does happen on occasion. This is still iffy. How many do you have left? 1? I really want her to sell that one.
I thought you could do up to 10 responses on a poll now. Is that only certain partners?
I don't know. We're gonna have a chat poll going on.
Yeah, we gotta get to the bottom of this, because they're not both accepted. We're gonna
She didn't
decide
sell
which
it.
one is accepted.
You have 1 more abacus to sell. Please.
More than 2? Yeah, it gave me 5 options. I thought it was supposed to go up to 10, but maybe not.
Abacus side berry. An antioxidants. That's great.
Here's 5 of the options.
There we go.
Feel free to vote now.
I'm gonna start with grabbing a couple wings and going to get iron swords. Need 6 of them. They
I didn't do
changed.
the first option right, did I? Well,
Did you already screw it up, Countess?
yes. It's fine. Nobody's voting for it anyway, for the actual spellings. Everyone's voting for Abagoose. 58% on Abagoose right now between 5 choices.
So they, talking about the game for a quick second instead of Abagooses. They changed this bartering a little bit. So in the NES version, you needed to do 7 of each, and you had an 8-slot inventory, so you could buy 6 and a wing, or you could buy 7 and a wing, basically. But you'd have to do 1 trip to turn in each type of thing, sword and armor. But in this version of the game, they require 6 of each, and you can carry 12 things in your inventory, so you can do this all in 1 trip. And then in the DS version, you get a bag, and you can just cheat, but no bag here. So I'm going to buy some awesome armor now. The shield and apron back. That I had earlier. And then I'm going to safety save. The most likely outcome is that I will not get an encounter walking to the cave. Countess is now going to call me a coward for safety saving here, but I don't care.
It's the PlayStation version. There's not going to be a fight.
I mean, you're probably right. Habaga did the order you attack Lingwar. Oh boy.
SC should be fine.
So Ducksbills can show up here and ruin your day, or Blaze Ghosts. I think they can show up in this chapter. Maybe not. Anyway, we didn't get any encounters, so it would have been fine.
See?
But we're giving this random old dude, he promises he can clear out this cave for 60 grand, so we're just going to give it to him. Only nighttime in NES? That is false. Unless it's like only a little bit farther north. Because in the international race, I got a Blaze Ghost fight there. In Chapter 5, walking to the Statuette Cave at the start of Chapter 5. So unless it's like a chapter thing.
Yeah, all 3 of the chapters you're here do have different enemy layouts.
Oh, Chapter 5 is different. Okay.
It's certainly more common at night in Chapter 5. They can probably show up during the day too.
Gotcha. Okay, wasn't entirely sure. Good
I
enough.
don't know, I only finished 4% of my runs in that game. I don't know anything about no Chapter 5. Thought there were only 2 chapters.
So, I bought 7 Abacus to bring with me into Chapter 5, and that's the end of Chapter 3. I will actually save at the start of Chapter 4, just in case. I mean, nothing can go wrong in Chapter 4, but, you know, just in case.
Never goes wrong in Chapter 4.
And I did actually make a little bit of time back to averages in Chapter 3. I don't know how much. I don't have, like, splits going or anything, but I do have my average split list up. About 7 minutes behind average right now. And for the record, my average is a 518 and my estimate for this run is a 520, so if I'm behind averages, that means we're going over estimate. That's okay.
Uh-oh. Now you started 10 minutes early.
It'll all be fine. Chapter 4, best music, worst everything else. I like Chapter 4. Mostly because of Mara. Mara is great. Mara is best girl.
All right, the poll is over. The only acceptable plurality of abacus is now abagoose. 41%.
All right. I guess it's official then.
Yep. Figure this is as legitimate a ruling as whatever the official way is that they decide what's allowed. Never abuse the abuse. I like it.
So, this chapter in particular is where I will start to say a fair warning is I will mix up names of everything in this game. And by mix up, I mean like sometimes I'll use NES names, sometimes I will use the actual Japanese word, sometimes I might occasionally accidentally use a DS name for something. So I'm sorry if me saying things is hard to follow. Like these sisters here, right? Nara and Mara, or Minea and Manya, or Meena and Maya. There's so many different things to call things. And, yeah, it's easy to just, like, say whatever is the first one that comes to mind. I really like Manya for Mara.
I don't like what you've done to chat.
Oops. Alright, so I'm buying some stuff, some herbs, antidotes, wings, and a feather hat.
Yeah, the newer localization teams for the Dragon Quest games very clearly went out of their way to not use a single name from the original translations. That's why instead of medical herbs, you've got medicinal herbs.
We have 4 on that life seed. That's not great. I'm actually going to take this in here. I'm only down 5 HP. I could choose to heal or use an herb, but for a little bit of extra safety, I'm going to take the inn. I have to walk through this cave up here to get to Orin, and walking to get to Orin is the scariest part of this chapter, because the sisters can easily just get beaten up. Just have to kind of hope to run from whatever encounters we run into. I didn't talk earlier, I mentioned a little bit about like the personal actions for running, but I didn't talk at all about actual like chances. So the way running works from the like main command menu here, the way that I'm normally running, is the first time you try to run from a fight, you've got a 50% chance of succeeding. The second try is again 50%, a third try is 75%, and a fourth try run is guaranteed. So
Actually didn't talk about that in DQ7 because I'm not positive if it's possible to fail to run after the third try or not. I thought that I read that you can fail a fourth try. It's like the 87.5%, but I also think that don't know if I've ever seen it happen.
Oh, interesting.
So.
Yeah, I thought that was on Pingval's blog, where he's got a bunch of data.
Yeah, that's probably where I read it. Every time that I think that I failed to run a fourth time, I'm not 100% sure that I didn't just miscount or get ambushed.
This has been a very nice walk so far, so did not have to heal a single time. Just ran from everything. It's that easy. Just run away.
You know what would be an interesting race? Maybe we could do this next year. Is you play this game and I start complaining about the Nintendo DS localization and see if you finish before I do. You probably will.
Okay, but you have to play the DS version to, like, point the stuff out as you go.
I can just make a PowerPoint. There'll be a lot of slides. It might just be a run of the game. Just have like highlighting on it pop up. This treasure chest here, this is the problem. It's got a bracelet inside and we're going to talk about that for 20 minutes.
Only 20? Alright, so now that we have Orin in our party, he's pretty good at killing stuff, so I'm going to let him beat up some enemies. And the sisters need a bunch of XP. They're going to be going to level 6. Level 6 plus a little bit more. I've got them out in front right now to actually start taking some damage on the way to the Sphere of Silence, which I need to get from this cave, because I'm going to Death Warp out at the end of the cave. I will heal them if they're going to be, like, if they're going to be in death range too soon. But I want them to start taking damage. I'm going to have them in the front, but just kind of wasting their turns just to get kind of chip damage. And let Orin beat some stuff up. There's other stuff I can fight after. I don't get it all in this cave or anything, but any XP I get now is going to be useful, and I also need some money. I'm going to be doing some shopping when I get to Haville, and I need about 350 gold, I think, before I go in there. I'm going to lose half of it death warping out of here. If I get to the end of the cave and had high HP, I could theoretically walk out. Walking out loses like a minute or two. You do keep a little bit more money. You can fight a little bit of stuff walking out and like get a little bit more early XP. But the stuff we fight later is like more valuable XP-wise, so it kind of like, I don't know. The trade-offs I don't think are worth it, even in a marathon setting. Like, it doesn't really add safety. It's just the consistency of not death warping. So we'll still death warp out. Going to drop my antidote herbs for inventory room. Make sure this goes to the right character. I want the Sphere of Silence to be on Meena. They didn't see me. Okay. And I do want the sister to try to die, like, around the same time. Because I want them to be pretty even on XP. I think Nara needs a little bit more XP than Mara does. It's not like a huge deal if they die out of order, but I'm really hoping for some big fights here to death warp on. Like, Blaze Ghosts are great because Orin is less likely to kill them. Otherwise, I need like 3 or more monsters. Or just get like slowly chipped down. Okay, one sister's down. Very possible that this could have been a situation where running out might have been more beneficial than this death warp, but committing to it, it's fine. Oh, this is a good one. No, there is no coffin blocking in this version. Alright, we're going to revive Nara. And do a little bit of menuing here. I'm going to re-equip everybody. I'm going to trade some items around to get the Sphere of Silence to the top of Nara's inventory. I'm going to use the Life Seed onto Mara. I'm going to wing to Kiev. And then I'm going to stick Orin in front. So hopefully he will get targeted. So my money situation is actually really low right now. These guys are gonna... Oh, nope, these are actually slimes. Never mind. I was gonna say that they're gonna turn into a king slime, but I guess these are the real ones.
They always show up in 4s on PS1. I think that's the only formation of normal slimes on NES.
I'm not entirely sure. I think that might be right, but I've never really put any research or too much thought into those formations.
You have something better you could have been researching? I mean,
Literally anything else? Yeah, so I'm going to take one fight before going into Hevo. Maybe two if it's like a really low value fight, but I've got almost the money I need. One fight should get me up to, as long as I get like 50 gold from it, I'll be good. I need 1,200 gold to buy iron armor for Nara. I might just take one extra fight anyway. Yeah, 40 gold is like... I probably have enough, but maybe not enough for the armor and an inn. So... we'll take this fight. This fight's pretty valuable. The remake is quite a bit faster than the original version of the game, so my estimate for this is 520. My PB is 449, and the world record is like 350. The world record is incredibly fast. The world record's 10 minutes ahead of second place, which is like 10 minutes ahead of third place. But there are a lot of times in like the mid-4s, compared to like the NES version where the record is just under 6 hours. Famicom version, I think, is in the high 4s. So, yeah, this version's definitely faster.
I still randomly catch myself thinking of the NES version as taking 8 hours to complete, even though my PB is now at 6:04. So it's crazy to me that you could beat this version in under 4 hours.
Mm-hmm. Alright, so we got an iron armor for one of our sisters here, for Nara. Oh, I'm supposed to use the Lamp of Darkness? Oh, that's fine.
Yeah, pretty much everything about the original is just slower compared to this. You walk slower, the menus open slower, you get more encounters.
I had to try just to see if this was another regular slime fight, and it was. So it's another 4++.
I wonder if they were expecting you to find that fight before the King Slime, or if you're supposed to just like find a bunch of King Slimes and then find that, and it's funny that they're real slimes.
I don't know. Oh, the DS remake. The DS remake is comparable to this version.
Yeah.
I don't know for sure. Like, I think the DS record is a little slower, but it's like faster on average or something. But
It'd be interesting to see how fast like the DS version would be if you played it on a turbo controller and not like holding a physical DS and having to mash text on that.
yeah, for sure. Okay, so we're coming to the mine here. We're looking for some gunpowder jar. We haven't really talked at all about what's happening in this chapter. Countess, you want to talk a little bit about chapter 4 and like what's been going on?
Chapter 4 is actually tied to the real plot.
I know.
The overall plot. It's kind of crazy. So Nara and Mara are kind of wandering around the continent looking for the guy that killed their dad. And they find out that one of their dad's apprentices, the one that didn't kill him, is hiding out in a cave west of their hometown. So that's where we went to pick up Orin. And that's who Orin is. They find out, I think you hear that your dad was working on the magic key, which you don't get in this chapter, you get it later, but he also was doing stuff with the secret of evolution, which is a big buzzword in the main plot of this game, that the monsters are trying to seize the secret of evolution to turn into bigger and badder monsters. And then the other apprentice named Balzac is in. We find out that he's currently the king of Kelion Castle for some reason. So we're trying to get in there, and we find out that I think somebody like in prison somewhere in the castle mentions that he made a loud noise, and then it scared the chancellor, and he ran off to a secret room. So right now we're in this mine trying to find a gunpowder jar so that we can make a loud noise and scare him off and chase him to the panic room and find the king in there.
Yeah, and I'm actually going to leave and I'll try to leave and revive Nara. Unfortunately, Nara got owned by flying rats. I choose not to fight them because they can call for help.
Yeah.
And I triple run failed, and sometimes that happens. Oops.
They've got kind of high HP too. I don't know if Orin can reliably kill them in one hit.
Nope.
If you got 3 of them and you can only hit 1 and the other 2 call for help, now you're just stuck.
Yeah, and there were 4. So, yep. So, it's fine. We just go out and revive and come back in. And I do need to get... this is also a fight that's, like... probably not worth fighting. Because of that. These bats put you to sleep, and... we're just going on. You can use the... So the bats, their physical attack is a chance to put you to sleep, and they also cast the sleep spell. And you can use the Sphere of Silence on them to stop them from casting the sleep spell. But not if they put you to sleep first. It doesn't stop their physical attack, though. One of the baby salamanders ran away.
One of the more frustrating things I find in playing all versions of this game is that I just always feel like I'm slower than all the enemies. So whatever I'm going to do, they're going to go first and wreck me. So
Yeah.
it makes the decision of fight versus run lean more in the run direction.
Yeah, I do need the XP, so...
Yeah.
It's kind of... gotta pick your battle somewhere.
Yeah, it's more of a thing in Chapter 5, because this game's hero is one of the slowest heroes in the series.
Yep. Can you put these to sleep? I don't know. Let's try it. If I can menu correctly. How did Manip go? Not really great. Okay, got 2 of them. Could have been worse, but had a lot of outcomes that I did not have plans for. So it was a little slow, but... we will see if the Chapter 5 one goes any better. Alright.
And Mara should take a selfie with a sleeping gargoyle rooster and send it to Ragnar.
Use that life seed on Manya, only 4. So you get 3 life seeds in this chapter. I use 1 on Nara and the other 2 on Damara. Okay. We have 1 HP left. It's fine.
Yeah. Your HP, 1 HP, and 69 HP. Perfect.
Just don't die to this fight. Okay, we're good. So I only need level 6 for the boss. Fighting the roosters was actually just to make sure that, actually, I'll revive here. It's just to make sure that I get level 8 from the Balzac fight. Which isn't strictly needed, but it will speed up the start of Chapter 5 to have more chances at learning Boggy, which is Infernos, and Gira, which is Fireball. The AoE magic helps a lot. At the start of Chapter 5, when I have to take some trash fights, and that one extra fight helps a lot with getting that XP I need. I'm going to sell my other MP seed. I'm going to buy a fur coat for Manya. I'm actually going to also give her some more herbs. I probably had enough for the Balzac fight, but you can run out, and it's awful. You can also die, and that's also awful, but...
Imagine running out of herbs with 12 inventory slots.
I know. It's crazy. Imagine not being able to coffin block.
Yep.
What am I doing? Giving this to you. Oh, that's... wrong button. Right. Trading around a little bit of equipment. Basically swapping the head armor, the feather hat, and the hairband between the two sisters. And getting the silk robe out of Mara's inventory. That way, the first item slot for her is the herb, so it'll be easier to menu in combat. And also because I will be trading things around after the fight a little bit too. It's really important that you, well, not really important, it's a little bit important that you end this chapter with the right inventory setup, because you get Nara first in Chapter 5, and I want as much stuff to be on her as possible for some shopping before picking up Mara. So it's kind of the thing that's in the back of my mind with some of these menus that might not make a lot of sense right now. But yeah, Balzac. Want to talk about Balzac here?
Yeah, he's got a couple of spells, but we got the Sphere of Silence. So, notably, like what makes the Sphere of Silence more or less required is that he has the Heal All spell. So he, when he gets under half HP, he'll just heal himself to full if you didn't pick it up in the cave that Orin's in. But luckily, Orin tells you that it's in the cave, and he says, oh, it's around here somewhere, but he's actually staring directly at it when you talk to him. So, pretty easy to find. Besides that, he hits pretty hard for about like 25 to 30 damage on the sisters, depending on what their armor is. But he also spits fireballs. And in this version, the Sphere of Silence will actually wear off, so he needs to refresh it after, I think, 6 turns. He's also trying to lower his defense power with sap, and Orin's doing most of the damage, but he's also contributing when he doesn't have to heal.
Yep, and I will redo the Sphere of Silence pretty aggressively early if there's a good opportunity. Like right now, it's early, but
yeah,
it's a turn where like it's safe to do it, because you don't want to end up in a case where like you have to heal and the sphere is going to wear off, because then you can just end up dying.
If I recall, if you stretch it, like it'll wear off the second time, like right when he dies, but if you've got a safe turn, you may as well do it early.
Yeah. I also did get a critical hit, so he should be dying here soon. He has 200 HP and 20 a turn regen, I think are the numbers. I think sap wore off and I didn't realize it though. So that's not great. Or it got resisted or something, because I did try refreshing it once. I actually have to risk Mara here.
Can you refresh Sap if he's at 0 defense?
I guess I'm not entirely positive.
If you can, that's different from DQ7.
I thought the answer to that was yes, but it might not be. Okay. Slow fight, but we got him. Kind of a slow chapter in general. A couple of little bit with slow death warp and that unfortunate death in the gunpowder jar cave, but no wipes or anything. Like, it wasn't awful.
Yeah. Low 2 hours for finishing the first 4 chapters.
Yeah. My normal benchmark for like whether the early game has gone well is under 2 hours for the first 4 chapters. So we're a bit over that, but that's all right.
Yeah, and a good amount of that was chapter 2.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, chapter 1 was pretty average, slightly above. Chapter 3 was a little bit above average. This was a little bit worse than average, but chapter 2 was definitely the worst. All right, so I'm going to do a little bit of inventorying. Really just trading that back. And I'm going to stock up on medical herbs for Mara, because they will be useful in Chapter 5, and I've got money that I lose. And then I'm going to take a very quick break during the boat scene here. I get a couple of opportunities for like stretch/bathroom breaks. So I get about 45-50 seconds during this boat, a little bit more if I'm okay with saving. So once I talk to the captain, I will step away for a quick moment, and then we will get into Chapter 5. Picking up an NPC, that again comes with us into Chapter 5, it's valuable money. And yeah, I'll be back in just a moment.
All right. The end of chapter lore summary is pretty easy to pick up, but we beat up Balzac. King Keleon him showed up, and he's been secret of evolutioned too. And he's a big old kitty cat with 8 legs and Firebane. So he throws Firebane at you, and you die and wake up in prison and find this old man that's been digging a hole to get out, but like 5 feet from the end, he decided he was too old to make it the rest of the way. So you finish his tunnel and steal his boarding pass, which is apparently a coupon with no expiration date, because the boat's still there waiting, and they let you on even though that guy's been in prison long enough to dig that tunnel. Yeah, you sail mainly just to get out of the place that you're at, and you end up in Indoor, which is kind of where all of the chapters converge. So, like, Ragnar, you see he ends up there in chapter 2 and 3. You can find him, but you don't actually go there in the chapter itself. And, but Alena, Talon, and the sisters in chapter 4 all eventually end up in Indoor. And very early in chapter 5, our hero will head up there.
Yep, sure will. So yeah, as Ash says, let the real game begin. Chapter 5 is where we start to get the whole party together, get the wagon, start having a lot more options in combat, start getting more abilities. More open map, more stuff to do. Female hero, is her name Hot Dog? No.
Not today.
Not today. For one night, 3 years ago, her name was in fact Hot Dog.
Oh.
That was when Tonic ran the DS version of this at RPG Limit Break 2019. Where me, Countess, and Evil Ash were chilling out on the couch.
That really 3 years ago. All my Limit Break shirts are starting to wear out.
I know. It was a really fun run. Alright, grab a string seed and a medical herb here. I grab a feather hat on the ground out here. Chapter 5 did indeed just start. Some more stuff to grab in this house. Kind of collecting some stuff that's going to be... We're going to use some of the seeds, and most of the rest of it's just going to be money. So it'll be a big shopping menu when we first get to Endor, where we'll kind of gear up for the Cave of Betrayal, the Concave. Alright, let's see if we get the 1 in 32 casino coins. Not today. Which is good, because I have nothing I could spend them on. It's kind of just a waste of time. Ooh, an encounter here. Not super common, but it's all good. Alright, so we're going to talk to Nara. He's going to join our party. And I'm going to do some inventory. I'm going to sort everything to the bag. I'm going to sell a bunch of stuff. And then I'm going to buy an iron spear, some holy water, some herbs, some wings, a wooden hat, and an iron shield. And also give Nara's iron armor to the hero. So... nope, don't sell that. I sell... Uh-oh. I think I sell everything except that. Yeah. Mental lapse there. Sell the feather hat. Leather armor. Oops. Fur coat. Alright. Sloppy menu, but that's alright. Grab the iron spear. So now I'm going to trade. Put the Book of Monsters in the bag and trade the good good armor over to the hero. 4 herbs to the hero, 4 holy water to the hero, 3 more holy water to the bag. I buy 3 wings, right? I am really like... struggling with this menu for some reason. I accidentally bought the hat to the bag. I accidentally bought the wings to the bag. Oof.
That's fine. There's always room in your bag.
Not a problem. It's just a little slow. We got everything that we needed, and they're all on, like, it's all on the right people now. It's just a slow menu. So we're gonna come down to the casino, get Manya. I'm gonna use up my seeds. Use the Lamp of Darkness to both make it night and to get out of the casino faster. Wing back to Branca, and then we'll be heading east towards Symbol of Faith Cave. So, Strength Seed 2, and a 1, not super great. 4, not great. Been having kind of, not the best seed rolls this game so far. Which isn't a huge deal, but it's a little unfortunate. Alright, so I want to get to level 3 off random encounters on this walk. Oops, I didn't change tactics, but that's okay. Well, it's not okay if you're not casting spells. Characters join and they default to having a tactic set for combat rather than being on manual control. So you can manually control them, you have to set it, and it's very easy to forget on this first fight. And it's It's not bad, because Mara will usually be pretty aggressive, which is mostly what matters, but she decided to try to punch the giant eyeball last time, so that's not ideal. These single giant eyeball fights are actually not, like, the best thing to see here. Here we go. This is what we want to see. These magicians do not have enough MP to cast their fireball spell.
I don't know how they screwed that up, but on NES, this fight would be terrifying. If you run into 2 of them on the way to the cave on NES, you're in danger of losing a character because they can each cast fireball twice. But in this version, there's 6 of them and they can't cast at all, so they're just tasty.
Yep. They'll die in 2 fireballs. And they go to sleep. And this, like, that fight right there specifically is why I mentioned in Chapter 4 that I took an extra fight after getting level 6 to make sure that the sisters got level 8. And it was specifically to have enough spells, have their AoE spells, especially Fireball on Mara, to handle that fight. Because that's actually a pretty common encounter on this walk.
Yeah.
And it's the one that's, like, really slow if you don't have an AoE spell, because there are so many of them. So, I'm level 4. I only really needed to get level 3, but I'll take the extra level. So we're going to have 2 fights in this cave. The first one here against 2 Lick-Licks is, basically you hope they don't cast Surround on you, or if they do, you hope it misses. If I do get surrounded, I will throw Holy Water at them to continue dealing some damage. Okay, we'll see what happens. They don't really do a whole lot of damage to me. There's a surround. It did hit, so I need to throw Holy Water. So one thing that, like, people ask a lot is, like, playing the game in Japanese as to, like, whether it's, do I know Japanese, or is it easy to play in Japanese or anything like that? And the answer to that is I don't know Japanese. I do know how to recognize hiragana and katakana. I know a few of the kanji that are used, like, in this game in particular, like leather and iron. But in general, no, I don't really know any Japanese. I would say it's not really that big of a hindrance. This game, probably more than, like, some of the Super Famicom ones, because this game does throw in a lot more kanji into menus. But the reason I bring it up now is because, like, reading status effects, like seeing that I had gotten hit by Surround, for example, is one of the sometimes more difficult aspects of playing this at high speed in a language that you don't necessarily understand. So recognizing whether things wake up or stay asleep, whether status effects hit or not, that's kind of the difficult part of playing this game in Japanese. So. Not that it's, like, that burdensome, but it's definitely harder than playing in your native language if you don't understand Japanese. Yeah, animations can definitely help with it, at least to know, like, what to look for. So enemies will have a different animation when they, for example, Chameleon Man earlier has a regular attack, and he has a different animation when he uses Sleep Hit. So it can tell you to look for sleep, but the actual, like, you know, did you sleep or did you wake up doesn't have, like, its own animation. So there's a little bit of that, but... There are some...
The turn order chance is probably not the same as DQ7, or you wouldn't be reliably outrunning those urchins.
Yeah. You can get outsped by them, but rarely, I would say.
Yeah.
Keta's old record dies to that fight. which is crazy. That that a 408 former world record dies to that fight, but I think it's just that. I think he gets outsped.
Didn't wipe anywhere in his 12-hour DQ7 run, but he can't beat DQ4 without wiping.
Yep.
SMH.
Clearly, this is the harder video game.
Yep, must be.
Another factor that's like something to get used to, not so much in this game, but in like DQ3 or even DQ2, is item drops. Getting used to like seeing them when they come up and recognizing what item you get, that sort of thing. Alright, so I'm giving a holy water to everybody, and that's because in this next walk, there's a chance that a metal slime can show up alone, and it's nice to be able to throw holy water at it for a chance of killing it. So I'm going to take this in here, and then our buddy Horatio is going to join. His name isn't actually Horatio. It's Hoffman in this. It's Hector in NES. It's Hoffman in this, and then it's Hank Hoffman Jr. in the DS version.
And then it's Horatio in Clear Tonic's notes for this run.
Yep. Yeah, Tonic always used to forget this guy's name and call him Horatio, so
yeah.
He will forever live on in my heart as Horatio. And Kaufman Sr. in DW7. Alright, so now we get the wagon, so now we can also put party members in and out of our party in combat. We don't get the wagon in many dungeons, so it's not a technique we'll be able to use everywhere. Hello, friend.
There he is.
He's sticking around, so I get to guarantee 3 damage. Hoffman hit him, so we get the kill.
Nice.
That's very good. So, coming up soon, we're going to be going into the lighthouse. And the lighthouse is definitely one of the more variable parts of this run. Because the boss on top is just like really scary. And having this extra metal slime will make the lighthouse a lot safer. Not foolproof, but definitely helps. Yeah, they can drop golden barrettes, but it's quite rare. I don't know if I've ever actually seen one in this version. I don't know if they still can. They can in NES, but I don't think I've ever seen one here. Oh, I did not. Not take the girls back out of the party. It's fine. I'm going to take the inn before the lighthouse anyway, so. Because I got that metal slime early, I want the extra resources from it.
And the golden barrette's not really a game changer if you get it. It's like 4 defense over a wooden hat.
Yeah.
Maybe 6, but in Dragon Quest battle damage, that's like 1 to 1.5 points of damage.
Yeah. I pick one up anyway in the top of the lighthouse, so.
Yeah.
Not really impactful. One sister would have slightly higher defense for one fight, and that's really the only thing it would do for me.
Yeah. It's a bit of an impact if you're giving it to someone who doesn't have any headwear at all.
Yep.
Do I underestimate defense, or is defense useless?
I mean, a little of both. Depends on the game, depends on the situation. DQ tends to have pretty low rolling numbers, so small amounts of defense even 1 or 2 damage can be more of an impact than you might think sometimes. Thinking about gold. I don't have anything to spend the extra gold on anyway, so I bring a ton of gold with me in extra abacuses from Chapter 3, so...
Yeah.
And there's a couple spots where I can get backup gold if I really need it. So I'm not going to do...
Right, abacus. You've said the wrong thing.
Oh, right. Abacus. I already forgot.
The accepted term.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, these rules change all the time. You can't keep track of them all. Next marathon, we'll be calling them something different.
Yeah. Alright, we're going to pick up the... whatever flame that is, Sacred Flame or whatever it's called.
Why didn't you just have Melvin teleport it to you?
I don't have Melvin.
That's the great part of it. It's a superpower. He can send it to you from all the way on the other side of the world.
Alright, let me just go pull out my DQ7 disc then. Actually, probably wanted to give that to their sister. Let's give her the hairband. Alright, time for the Lighthouse Bengal. So, the goal here is to expel the flamers and put everything to sleep. And not get owned. Preemptive herb onto you. Gira, this is how you get owned. They both casted it. Okay. That one went to sleep. Unfortunately, I got coward. Okay.
That's one.
Both things are awake. Okay, he's back to sleep. At this point, like, it might be better to just kill the flamer, because he's been hit a couple times, so let's just do that.
And Hoffman just hit him for 28. I think they've got like 70 max.
He's gone now, so. Alright, well that was a pretty free Lighthouse Bengal. He's got more HP in this version than he does in NES, but him by himself isn't really scary. It's really the flamers that are scary, so. There we go. Easy peasy.
On NES, the flamers actually have more HP than he does. They have 75, he has 70.
Yeah. Yeah, he's got like 200 in this version. I don't know the exact number. It's about that. Still like solid 8 minutes behind my averages. Probably because my menu's been a little bit sloppy. And that's probably not going to get better considering it's 11 o'clock at night. That's alright though. Let's see. I'm in pretty good shape, so I'm not going to take the inn here. I was just double checking my HP and MP. Because I could opt to take an inn here. I need to take one fight on the way to Soretta. Not on the way to Soretta, really on the way to Mintos before Hoffman leaves. And that's to get Torneko to level 3 or 4. There's a chance that he learns it at 3. To learn the tiptoe spell, Shinobiashi. And that is going to be very important for reducing our encounter rate. It has the depletion rate of taking steps. So I want to get Torneko to learn that as quickly as possible. And having enough MP to be able to fight things outside of Mintos quickly and safely is pretty important. It's going to be Torneko's one of Torneko's 2 main uses in this run. He's actually going to end up tanking for us a little bit later, but I'll talk about that when we get there. That's not for quite a while. So yeah, I'm going to sail down to Mintos. One thing that's also different about this version is some of the plot triggers for characters leaving your party. So Hoffman will leave the party as soon as we enter Mintos. It's not raid. I don't particularly know what spells are highly effective against certain monsters like that. 'Cause there's just not really. There's very little reason to know what's good against skeletons. This is the only time that you might fight them.
Yeah, pretty much. There's different resistance slots for each kind of damage you can deal to them. Just a lot of information that doesn't come up very often.
Mm-hmm. All right.
Nobuyashi.
So as soon as we enter Mintos here, Hoffman's gonna leave. He's gonna go work for the inn. Buy the inn? I don't know. And he says, so long, thanks for all the fish. But that's fine. We don't need Hoffman, we've got a boat.
I believe we're never going to get another random encounter.
I know. There will be random encounters somewhere. Probably. So, yeah, so now that we got the boat in kind of classic DQ fashion, DQ RTA fashion, it's kind of time for a world tour where we kind of sail around, going to a bunch of different places, hitting a couple plot beats, but generally just getting return points, gearing up, stuff like that. I'm going to take a quick safety save here. Padekia Cave is usually fine, but it can kill you, so always save. At this point, because I've got Torneko, I can sell Abagoose for revival money if I need to, but I'd prefer to not have to. Not if we fully wipe.
Yeah, all the PS1 Dragon Quest games look really good, except maybe Torneko The Last Hope.
Yeah, no fairy water glitch, right? Yeah, any of the exploitive stuff that you think you know about NES or that you do know about NES, it's all fixed. There's no fairy water glitch. There's no coffin blocking. There's no sleep sword putting bosses to sleep. Kind of gotta just play the game. And yet Countess will complain about tiptoe reducing encounter rates, even though he plays the version where you literally prevent encounters.
On the overworld?
Yeah.
Not in here.
It's true.
You know how many Yetis you could be finding in here that you're not finding because of tiptoe?
My PB in NES, where I wipe in this cave 5 times, knows exactly how many Yetis you can be finding in here, yes.
You could always find more.
Oops. Alright, we got the Pedecchia seed. That's one of the two things I need out of here. Yeah, I love that Alena just beats the door down even though she's got the key. Because she tells him she's got the key, and then she beats the door down. And they're like, didn't she say she had the key?
They didn't find any Yetis.
Not find any Yetis.
Not even one.
Not a single encounter. Alright, and now we're going to sail down to Metal King. Perhaps the best thing about this version is that the Metal King is a return point. So
2 more hours till we can find a Yeti.
oops. So we're going to grab that return point. Right now, I will be using that quite a bit. Then we're on it. It's a very useful return point spot. Pick up an MP seed, and then we're going to trade in the Pedecchia seed here to the Soretta King, who's at work in the field. Does it rely on small metals? It does not. I do not pick any of them up. Small metals are pretty nerfed for this version. Can't really get anything good and valuable for a small number of them. Blue Yeti sponsorship deal. Alright, so I'm going to use this MP seed on the hero. 4 MP. I'll be getting a few MP seeds to use on the hero throughout the run. They're technically optional, but my goal is to fight Necrosaro at the end with 140 MP or more. And that's specifically because the Heal Us All spell costs 20, so I can use it 7 times. It's okay if I'm under, but the MP seeds make it much more likely to hit that 140 goal. Not guaranteed, but more likely. Alright, so my party now is going to be just Nara and the hero for this walking around phase, because I want Nara to die. I need her to die, in fact, at some point. She's not useful for the rest of the run. I will revive her at the very end, just as like a very small safety buffer. But in general, she is done, and I need her to be dead for the RNG manipulations that I'll be doing in a little bit. Because if she's alive, it affects the way the RNG works, and all my routing expects her to be dead. So you could do it with her alive, but it's kind of just like you got to do it the way you routed it. I'm going to pick up the... hello? Pick up the Drought Rock here. Thirsty Rock, I don't know. Yeah, so RNG in this game works kind of the same way as it does in the DS versions, which is also the same as it works like the DS Pokemon games and stuff, honestly. The idea is that when RNG only advances when RNG is used. So like when the game needs an RNG value, it'll pull an RNG number, and then it has a formula that it applies, which is like some binary formula where it like moves bits around, like bit shifts, and then it masks them, and then multiplies them by a certain value, and then adds a certain value. It's like this weird formula for it. And it'll change the RNG value by that amount, so it is consistent in like how it advances through the RNG because of that. Whereas the NES version just like changes RNG sometimes multiple times per frame, depending on a variety of factors. So stopping into Stancy here, I'm going to talk to this dude. He's going to tell us about the Jester Pannon. Again, kind of just bouncing around, hitting some plot triggers right now, so... The idea there is that the king of Stancia is trying to get people to make him laugh. And then that dude talks about the Jester Pannon. And so we'll get Pannon to join us here shortly, but we're going to stop into the cave here and get the magic key.
I'm really curious if that TAS of Dragon Warrior 4 can actually be run on a real console. Because from what I've experimented with it, like I don't feel like you could. I feel like it would desync immediately.
Yeah, that too, Anatolu. I know that there was some work that was put into basically it checksums your file and kind of seeds the RNG off of that. And I know that somebody had talked at one point about the ability of getting the game to like not read the checksum or to have an invalid checksum or something like that. But even in that case, it was still like 32 possible different seeds it could put you on. So you still want to be able to prep it in advance. Yeah, you might see a little bit of a... If you watch the DW4 International race later on in this event, you might see Anatolu try to do some metal slime manipulation, but it's very much going to be a different process than what it is here. It's very much going to be very tight execution and a lot of just on-the-fly figuring out the manip, rather than having it all planned out, trying different things, and then trying to repeat the inputs that got that result. Which makes Chapter 2, Metal Slime's like more average, I would say. You know, it's not as fast as just getting the slimes. It's potentially still faster than doing a saber grind. It's potentially not. Kind of still depends on how lucky you get and what your execution is like. But I only really use manipulation in this run for metal slimes and metal babbles. I don't do like any manipulation for like boss fights or anything along those lines. You theoretically could if you could move through towns consistently enough that like NPC movements, because NPCs moving, even if they're on a set pattern, like, for example, the lighthouse bangle at the top of the lighthouse, he, like, walks around the torch, and even though he's on a set pattern, his movement affects RNG. Like, every time he turns, it pulls an RNG value, and the flamers. So if you could walk through town with, like, or dungeons or anything with NPCs with precision, you could theoretically manipulate more than just a babble, but...
turn order is the difficulty of that.
Exactly.
And then extended boss fight with the boss plus 4 characters. Turn order is going to be wrong if your agility values are different due to randomness and level ups.
Yep, exactly. Who has...
I just from the Walmart.
I just sort of stuffed my bag, and I'm like, who has the stuff I need to sell? The bag, the place I literally just put it for this reason.
This shop here is basically Walmart. We're at the item shop right now. You see there's a pharmacy over there. Weapon and armor are the other 2 counters.
So one more abacus. Would have bought one fewer Monster Munchie. Alright, so I just bought some Monster Munchies that I'll use later, and I bought the Killer Pierce for Alena, the stiletto earrings. Picking up a poison needle in this dresser here. Make it day. And then I'm going to bounce back to Stancia to turn in Panin. The route that I used to take, and what you would have seen if you watched Tonic's RPG Limit Break run on DS, is I used to go to Endor and pick up the pink leotard, which sells for, I don't know, we talked about this the other day and I still don't remember, like 4,700-ish, 4,800-ish, 4,725 or something. And I would also get the multi-edge sword and another string seed. And the multi-edge sword is a cursed sword that has a pretty high attack power, but it will damage you when you hit something with it. And the hero used to use that for a few fights. And I don't get that anymore. I use the Iron Spear instead, and then the Sword of Malice once we get Ragnar back, which has a little bit less attack, but it kind of adds a little bit of stability by the hero not owning herself with her own attacks. Alright, so we get the Zenithian helmet here. Panin says, "No, I'm not going to make you laugh. These are the legendary heroes and you should just give them your stuff." He's like, okay. So I got a little bit of menuing to do here. This is trash.
Now he has no legendary helmet and his people are depressed, and there's no clowns in town.
Torneko's going to give this to Christo. You can keep that for now. Nara wants to give this to Bray. Some seeds to use. Life seed goes to Christo. Another 4, great. MP seed to Hero. String seed to Alena. And I guess that's it. Alright, and now we're going to wing back to the Metal King here and try to dive into the Zenithian armor cave and go get some Zenithian armor. So this cave is incredibly scary, but there's also a reasonable chance that we get 0 encounters in here. So that makes it a lot less scary. We'll see what happens. So far, so good. This room's the one that's most likely to give me an encounter. Nothing there. Excellent. Free Zenithian armor. Here for the taking. Just make sure there's like nothing else I need to do. No, that's right.
Nobuyashi-chan is OP.
Sure is. Alright. I'm gonna give that armor to Christo. Let's sort my inventory again. I'm gonna give some holy waters to everybody who will be participating in this, and we're gonna be setting up for our manipulated grind. So I'm gonna be giving 5 holy waters to Hero, Alena, Christo, and Mara. Mara's got a poison needle, which should theoretically guarantee hit a babble. Unfortunately, they can dodge. So I give holy waters to account for that. And now I'm going to intentionally be damaging down a couple of characters. Oh, I cancel out of that. In order to be able to heal and read the values. I need to be able to heal to advance RNG, and I need to be able to be damaged down enough that I can read the value of at least the first heal to determine what seed I'm on. Oh, I didn't... Let me fix this, sorry. I didn't reorder my party here correctly. I should do this before... actually, Alena should be in front. Yes, there we go. Before saving. I don't think the actual party who's on the map here affects your RNG, but I want it to be this order anyway. Okay, and now it's time for...
Manipulation part 2.
Minute part 2. So I need at minimum 3 metal babbles. I will be getting 4. 3 is very scary. So I need to manipulate 4 metal babbles here. And just like the one in Chapter 2, it's very possible that, you know, I have manips mapped out for maybe half of the seeds that it could give me. So it could give me a bunch of seeds that I don't have manips for. Some of them are at night, which means that I'll have to kind of make it day again and do some reset up if that happens. Left. Just left. Day, 1 heal, 1 run. Oh, I didn't actually read what that heal value was. There are actually 2 things. Well, see if it's right. I was not paying attention. I thought I only had the 1. This might be right, though. Be a 4 HP babble if so. Good, tiptoe wears off. And there's friend number 1. Oops! Oh, no, it's fine. I attacked. It's just... I meant to holy water. That might actually be a problem.
Oh, it dodged. Oh.
Yep. I think my manip actually says 4 holy waters there.
Hmm.
It wasn't a turbo thing. That was I thought I had done all 4 characters thing. I mean, I did turbo it, but it's because I thought I was done. So it's half a turbo thing? That's annoying. It counts. Okay.
Oh. Chat has spoken.
I was about to start explaining how the level up is... I have no idea what this is. It might be. Let's do... We'll see. This might work. I don't think I was damaged down enough, so I didn't see the full value of the heal. So when I kill the first babble, it's going to be like 4 minutes worth of level up, so I'm going to definitely use it as a stretch break, slash grab a drink, use the bathroom, etc. So if anybody has anything they need to do, they need to get up. When I kill the first babble, that is going to be the best time to do it. Okay.
He is.
I will be back in a minute or 2. You got about 4 minutes.
All right. Fill for time. What am I filling time with? Favorite pizza topping, pepperoni. Done. Ringtone. That's right. I got a new phone and I didn't set a ringtone. I should probably do that. Does that mean nobody has called me in the last week and a half that I've had this phone? I think that is what that means. I lead such a social life. Where are we on? Torneko already? Is he sure this takes 4 minutes? That's like longer than any break I get in DQ in 7. Ring your doorbell? Yeah, I've been dreading someone knocking on my door. The pest control salesmen have been going around on their little, oh, what you call it? I'm spacing on what they call them. Segways. That's what it is.
Segways, huh?
Yeah. They've been going around the neighborhood on Segways selling pest control services to people.
Huh.
They haven't knocked on my door yet, but I've been kind of dreading it. They're pushy. They've knocked on my door 2 years in a row, and I don't need it.
Ah. So to answer the question in chat, no, the controller I'm using has auto fire functionality, so it can keep the turbo active even without holding anything. But I do with, like, when I would play DW4 NES, for example, without turbo, back before we didn't allow it, I would put a guitar capo on my A button to hold it down during stuff like that, because you just need to hold it down. So I have done that before, but in this case, it's just auto fire. All right. So again, I need 4 babbles. That's number 1. That's like half of the level ups, though. These next ones will be much shorter.
Yeah, at least no one ran over my mailbox this week. Forgot that happened while I was streaming. Is that a DQ7 run? Probably. It was kind of recent.
I think it was like, wasn't it one of the runs where you also had disk issues or something? It's like kind of a combination.
Yeah, maybe it was my first day that I was attempting to do runs. First or second day.
Down right.
Gopher pest control? No, because I don't have gopher issues. They tell me, oh, you got so many bugs in your neighborhood. We gotta spray all this, get rid of all the bugs. And it's like, dude, I don't see any bugs. Like, there's a couple spiders. I don't care. They're probably eating the other bugs you're talking about.
I misread that. I actually had a minute.
They're not in my house. Like, since I moved into this house 3 years ago, I haven't seen any bugs in the house. So I don't care.
Made a mistake there. I reset one that I had a minute for because it's another one where, like, there are 2 patterns that are kind of similar, and there's like a bunch of results for one of them. That one should have been 4 heals. Oh well. No, I do not manipulate king medals in this run. It's 36.
And king medals show up really
Yes.
late. And the metal babbles are worth like a third of a king medal, and they're not difficult to hunt later on. So I would say that it's faster. Even if you had a reliable manipulation for a king medal, it'd be faster just to hunt metal babbles in the crypt with a good setup.
Agreed.
Metal babble sword and the demon hammer.
All right, I'm gonna use whistle now to get the encounters that I need. And hey, look, a metal babble. Oh, I just ran from it. Oops.
Oops. Dang.
And then failed to run from it. And then it
Can't have
ran.
gone far.
Oh, hey, look, he's still here. Great.
There he is. You brought him back with the whistle.
All right, babble number 2.
All right, so 4 more minutes.
No, much less on this one. But it will still be a couple minutes. All right, so Christo just learned Increase and Heal More, which are the 2 spells I need him to know. Increase is a 50-50, at least for certain levels, so it's not guaranteed that he will learn that until later, and I need to make sure he has that before Kilian and Balzac. I also need to make sure Manya learns Marami, Blazemore, which I don't think she's learned yet. It's kind of the core reason for doing this grind is to get those abilities and also to get enough HP and like stats to survive those fights, obviously, but learning those spells is kind of the critical threshold for being able to win those fights.
Yeah, there's a pretty big jump here in boss difficulty toughness between the lighthouse and Kilian and Balzac, because you're supposed to be running all over the world exploring stuff and picking up your characters, and yeah, we just know where everybody is already, so we just picked them right up and Shinobi-Yashi'd our way here.
Yeah,
So now I gotta get some metal babbles to make up for it.
Yep. Yeah, normally you're supposed to like get walled by random encounters and do some grinding and not have the Zenithian armor yet, most likely, and yeah. So we've done a lot to give ourselves some advantages, but it does disadvantage us on levels, and in the NES version, they don't care because they're just like, oh, we have the sleep sword and it can put everything to sleep. But it can't do that in this version, so I need to actually get enough levels to be able to fight these goons. Left and then a little bit right. 4 heals. Should be a 3 HP babble. Daytime, yep. Okay, there's babble number 3. Just need one more. Pretty good level ups from Alena there. Alena starts to get really strong around here, so. Surprised I don't call them Hagure. I do call them that sometimes. I don't know. Okay, there's Marami on Manya. I said earlier, but like, when I play these games, and this game in particular, because I've seen all the different versions of the game so much, like, I kind of mix and match names on, like, NES names, remake names, Japanese names. Oops.
I use Game Boy Color games more often than anything. Though there's a lot of overlap between GBC and NES and PS1.
Gold slimes are a thing, but not in this game. Oops, I need to go indoor.
Yeah, DQ7 had gold slimes in it. They might be in the bonus dungeon in Chapter 6 of this game, too.
I don't know. Platinums are, or Platinum Kings, or whatever whatever they're called. They are. I don't know if the gold ones are. Maybe.
Bazzer, what are you even saying?
So more to the point, Nacho, gold slimes also exist in DQ monsters. I'm pretty sure.
He hasn't played DQ monsters either.
Because didn't
more
Tonic,
important than 7.
wasn't Tonic breeding one in Monsters 1 All Gates? Aren't they in Monsters 1?
Yes, he was. He wasn't watching Tonic's All Gates runs either. He's really getting exposed now.
Yep. Shaking my SMH.
Wow.
That run was 12 hours. That's fair. Down left.
Had 2 Metal Kings or a King Slime and a Gold Golem.
Oops. Oh, I had the wrong part. Yeah, that's okay though. 39. It's probably the same one, huh? Let's put this in the right party.
Yeah, Monsters 1, it was pretty much the final slime, though Monsters 2 added a Grand Slime if you bred 2 gold slimes together. I think Gold Golem is so hard to breed that you may as well just get 2 Metal Kings. So you can get a Metal King with Metal Drac plus King Slime, and it's probably the quickest way to get it. I don't know all the Gold Golem breed combos, though. Yeah, it's Iceman plus Lava Man, but I don't know if there's an easy way to get Iceman and Lava Man. Monster Masters do have them if you're the right levels. But it's like maybe a quarter of the level groupings have each one, but if you had up a chart of what level you need to be to get each one, you could do that.
More to the point, we're done with grinding.
All right.
For now. There'll be more grinding later, but we're done with manipulated grinding. That was the last Hagu-chan. So I'm going to go to Soretta. I'm going to take an in and a safety save. You can see here Bray just learned the by-kill spell. So you could theoretically fight the one or both of these bosses with Bray instead of Mara. And in fact, Tonic used to do that when he was running DS. Because he would kill Mara off during that grind, so that way she didn't have to deal with all the level ups. But Mara's a little bit faster if she's alive. And in DS, you actually have like slightly more HP MP than you do in PlayStation. So these fights are actually a little bit scarier in PlayStation than they are in DS. And Mara also has a use on the Necrosaro fight, which is somewhat optional. But it's because I'll talk about it when I get there. But I use a glitch to get the wagon on the Necrosaro fight, and that doesn't work in DS. So Yeah. Definitely like a little bit of a routing decision to have Mara alive here and use Blaze more instead of using the by-kill spell. But first up is going to be Keeleon. Keeleon has 950 hit points. And almost everything is fine, but if he uses his strong breath, that's what I don't want to see. I can deal with it a little bit, but basically Hero and Alena will be attacking. Krista will use Increase, and Mara will use Sap, and then Blazemore. No, Keeleon does not have regeneration in this version. He just has more HP. So this is what I don't want to see, this Blizzard Breath here. Wait, did I do that right? Use that on Mara. Use that on yourself. Mara, just defend. Maybe Alena should have defended too. Okay. Just gonna play this a little bit extra safe with the healing. Okay, good. Make sure Sap stays up. Because it wore off, but thankfully Alena crit. It's not good. Okay, Alena defend, heal, heal. Oh, I hit the wrong. There's another Ash Smug. I was thinking I was on Marami and I was on Sap. It's alright. We're getting kind of close. Probably done like 750, 800. Should die next turn. Yeah, I'd actually done like 900.
I mean, you could also make that mistake if you were just mashing the button. It's part of the thing.
Definitely, I definitely would have mashed into that if I had been mashing. That's what most of my turbo mistakes are. It's not actually like an issue with turbo, it's an issue with my brain. It Rukani because Kani is crabs and crabs have lots of armor. I mean, I don't know. Sure. I'm gonna go take another safety in and save before Balzac. I don't really need to, but
the Nintendo DS version has very similar graphics to this game. There's some differences, but mostly in the 3D stuff, not the sprite work.
Yep. Yeah, the engine is different. Like it doesn't have the whole vertical versus horizontal thing, and there are some differences with like walls and stuff like that, but in general, the artwork, like Howie said, is pretty much the same. The Chapter 6 bonus dungeon is different in DS also. In this game, the Chapter 6 dungeon is like a bunch of reused DQ7 rooms, whereas in DS, it's like an actual custom-made dungeon. Let me reorder these two. I don't know why I have Alena in front. Monster idle animations. Do monsters have an idle animation in DS? Huh.
Yeah, I think so.
I didn't remember that.
They're animated very differently.
Alright, so Balzac here, now new and evolved and improved, has 500 HP, and he regens 50 a turn, and Hiaruko here is what we absolutely do not want to see. And of course he's spamming it. Hopefully I outspeed. Okay.
What's up with the water in this battle background?
Huh. Yeah, I don't know.
What castle is this supposed to be?
It's bad turn order. Don't kill Alena, please. It's gonna kill her. Okay. Beating this guy's regen is pretty difficult, so with Alena dead, this fight's gonna be very hard to win, especially if...
He just double snowstorms every turn.
Yep.
Christo blinking is only the English NES version because they tried to edit his sprite to remove the cross on his hat and they screwed it up. They also messed with his eyes. Or it might have been on purpose, but I'm sure it happened while they were in there taking the cross off his hat.
Christo's down. It's the end of that, so we're just gonna reset and try that again. That was a really rough fight. He was really going snowstorm heavy. That's really the only scary thing that he does is snowstorm. And at least twice I got double snowstormed. Or at least once. I think it was twice, but it was a lot. Anyway. That's okay. For the record, like, so I was 8 minutes behind average for most of, like, the beginning of Chapter 5, right? I was talking about that. My average Balzac kill is 325, so we are right back on pace after that pretty good manip grind. COD as a COD. I don't think that's exactly how it goes, but I'll accept it. Okay. That's good. That's a good first turn. Nice Kaishin. There's that snowstorm. This guy doesn't have enough defense to be worth sapping compared to just spamming Blaze more. And oof. I was gonna say he should die next turn, but let's see what turn order's like. Because of that crit, he should die here. But yeah, okay. Hero wasn't attacking, so it could have been a little dicey, but we're fine. Everything's fine. Balzac is defeated. It's been a while since I've died to this fool, but, you know, it does happen. Really, any of the bosses in this game can, like, just decide to kill you, no matter how safely you play. There aren't any that are really, like, free wins. Even Bakota, if he decides to, like, resist stop spell and stuff like that, like, you know, he can troll you. Alright, I'm gonna heal up. I'm not gonna heal Manya because I actually want her to die off now. Manya and Ragnar, I want to both to die off on the way to Gardenburg. I'm gonna grab this. I don't expect to use it, but if I'm like really ahead after the grind, I might do a little bit of extra stuff. Whoa, Bray doesn't learn. Bray doesn't know day-night? Is that?
Huh. That'd be a weird spell to make be random.
Yeah. That's what I'm thinking too. Okay, well. It's fine. Yeah, Ryan, Sophia.
Level 21? Didn't he get it like in the mid-teens?
I've seen him learn it after the first metal babble while grinding. Maybe after the second. Or definitely after the second, but maybe after the first. Oh, I didn't heal hero. Did I not just heal hero? Okay, I thought I healed. Whatever. Oops. Oh, maybe I cast Hoimi instead of Behoimi.
Yeah, NES at 17, and Bray is 21 right now.
Oh, I got paralyzed or something? Oh, God. Alright, it's fine, it's fine. Run away! How annoying. No, I was definitely using Behoimi. Whatever. Let's put this party back. What was that? That was Manya, Ryan, and Sophia. It's no big deal. It's, just need to do a little bit of extra reviving. Not having day night's actually going to be an issue here. Because I used the lamp to get out of there, but, you can't enter Gardenburg at nighttime. So I'm actually going to walk in, get the return point, and then I'll just go to Soretta and revive and take an inn. A little bit of a silly way to have to do it, but you lose the magma staff when you use it. I can pick it back up, but not really a point to. Oops.
I gotta say, I prefer the NES Magma Staff animation.
That's true.
Just
next thing you know, you're gonna say that you prefer the NES DQ3 Volcano too. You better not.
When was the last time I even ate a Dorito?
Does it matter?
I prefer normal tacos to Doritos Locos tacos. So, yeah, I like the NES animation more.
Am I gonna be able to afford to revive?
Basically a straight comparison.
I'm not. Okay, well, that's fine. Guess we'll do that in Gardenburg. Ugh. This is why I was annoyed by all those failed runs, is because this is just like one of the more annoying spots to need to recover, but I'm gonna do a safety save before the boss anyway, so it's really fine.
This is the most free version of this game. This girl can't hide behind the counter.
Do I have stuff I can sell? Looking through my inventory real quick because... Oh, I didn't sort. It's a problem. I don't really need to buy much else, but I'm going to buy this as like a safety. I don't always buy this. It's the Clothes of Hiding. Cloak of Evasion, whatever you want to call it. Gives Alena some extra dodge chance. It's not really any more armor than the chainmail she was wearing, but it gives I don't know, like a 1 in 8 dodge chance or something? 1 in 16? I don't know. Some number of dodge chance. And I've had that save me on Necrosaro Phase 7 before, so. But yeah, Lav, I think I think this game in general looks like really good. What estimate did I give? 520 is my estimate, which is right about my average. Practice runs, I had like a 505, I had a 526. Like, very possible for me to go a little bit over, especially because this run hasn't really been super fast. But it's also possible for me to go under. Although at this point, probably won't be going under by much. Oh, am I going to be able to revive? Okay, I can. Thought I might have had to leave and hit the wagon.
It's more stable, yeah. I know what you're referring to, like in battle and even outside of battle, just the scaling.
Yeah, there's two issues.
A little weird.
There's two issues with the graphics in this game. Like, one is it's kind of shimmery when moving. I don't really know why. And the second is that, like, certain columns of graphics, and this is what Canis was mentioning, certain columns of graphics get, like, either doubled or removed. So, like, there'll be certain lines down the screen that just look wrong for some reason. It's most noticeable in battle, but it happens outside of battle, too.
Outside of battle, it's probably because they were trying to scale so that the sprites further down were larger than the sprites further back up at the top for depth. But in battle, I don't know why they scaled them at all.
One walrus is probably fine. When looking through my notes, I remembered a strategy for dealing with walruses. But I'm not going to deal with it with one. Bray learns the sleep spell in this version, and walruses are kind of sleepy, so you can defend, increase, and put them to sleep. Like this.
Not actually sure about the encounter rate in here, but I would think if it were the same as NES, then using tiptoe would mean you just never saw any monsters in here. It's probably raised from that.
And they all fall asleep. That was very effective. Don't I mean walry? Walgoose? Walragoose?
I believe that's what we agreed upon.
You don't sound happy about it, Countess.
I don't make the rules, I just made the poll.
Never seen that strat before. Nope. Definitely not on Kragans in the DQ3 Dark World. Alright. Not bad. I like that strat. That worked well. Oops. What did I just do? Oh, I gave the flute. Let's put this... I've been meaning to sort my inventory for a while now. Let's make sure it actually sorts out. Okay. I meant to do it before going to Garden Burn. I got messed up by the deaths and forgot. Okay. Beef Pagoda. We're going to use increase in sap. And then we're going to stop spell him and use by kill. And hopefully that all works and the fight's free. That did not work. So now he's going to cast increase, which is unfortunate. Worked that time. So let's redo sap. Hopefully he doesn't hit Bray with this built-up power attack. Good. So he should die next turn. He would have died a turn sooner if it weren't for that increase. So yeah, Thief Bakota is his name. Not Bakor like these NES guys might say, it's Bakota. It's also not Kirk Buzzer like anybody else might say.
Would anyone say that?
I don't know, you'll have to ask DS players. You just might not like the answers you get. Okay, oops. Straight up. Talk to the queen.
Wonder if I'll ever play the DS version again.
We should race it sometime. I've never beaten the DS version. I've only ever played, like, Chapter 1 and 2 of the DS version.
That's further than I usually get.
Yeah, that's true.
I've told this story before, but I bought a Nintendo DS cart and I got about halfway through Chapter 1 and then I stopped playing it and bought an NES cart instead back in college. Then went about 5 or 6 more years without ever beating the DS version.
Oops. All right, slightly sloppy menu, but that's okay. You actually cannot use by kill on enemies in this version. You can't target offensive magic against your party or like buffs against enemies in this version of the game. Ambush by
Speedrunning patch.
4 ice condors.
Oh, that's gonna end well.
It was fine.
Wow. It ended well.
Right, so I'm coming here to this waterfall cave to get the Sands of Time, which is somewhat optional. Sands of Time used to be really important before I manipulated the pre-Kelion grind. I actually came here early to get it because it was very important for that grinding. I almost never use it now. It can be like a safety. If somebody dies, you can Sands of Time to revive. And there are cases in the later grind where, like, maybe you could consider using it. But usually it's faster to just, like... You don't want to use it to try to optimize, like, getting the most babbles you can from a fight. Usually you just want to, like, take what you get and move on. Oh, Krista's actually really hurt. But it's worth picking up while here. I'm going to pick up the... I forget the, like, official name of it. The hat that's in here. It's a helmet. That's a cursed helmet, which causes you to be confused. But
and
gives...
Yes, it's Mask of Corruption, I believe.
Okay.
Like, yeah, it gives 255 defense.
Yeah. So Torneko is going to equip that and then become very tanky at the front of our party. So I'll be using
No men.
I'll be using Torneko when going through a lot of like dangerous areas because he can just tank hits so easily. And then most importantly, there's the end of the cave. Gets you the Hagure Metaru sword. I don't know if the kanji is technically Tsurugi or Ken. I don't know what the actual version of sword they use is, but Metal Babble sword. Anyway. And the Metal Babble sword is like the strongest sword in the game, damage-wise, and it also has the advantage of doing 2 damage to liquid metal slimes, and 4 damage if you are bi-killed. So it'll be very useful in grinding, and it will also be useful for clearing out boss fights. So I'm also, while I'm here, going to pick up the Demon Hammer. The Demon Hammer is a weapon that has a 1/3 chance to hit, but if it hits, it is guaranteed to be a critical hit. So it will again help us with grinding metal babbles.
I hate how collision works on chests like that.
Yeah. It's because I was rotating the camera. If it had been like straight on, it would have been fine. As you know.
Once you're grinding against it, you have to step away to face it.
Mm-hmm. It's a little bit unfortunate. So I said earlier I'm playing with a Super Nintendo ASCII pad. And there's a couple downsides to using this controller. One is that the turbo's too fast for the game. So during combat, I actually need to hold multiple turbo buttons, either B and Y or L and X. Or the other downside is that I don't have an L2 or an R2. So the way the camera works in this game is that L1 and R1 kind of do a continuous rotation as long as you have it held. And L2 and R2 snap to the nearest 45-degree angle off of like what the base camera is. So unfortunately, I don't have L2 and R2, which means I can't snap to exact angles, which is really nice when trying to like recenter your camera. You can press both L and R at the same time to recenter the camera, but it stops you from moving while doing it. And the reason I'm using this controller is mostly a comfort thing. I find modern controllers to be really difficult to do quick inputs with, and they kind of hurt my hand. So this is just what I'm most comfortable with. Oops. One Chaos Hopper. The freest of fights. Alright, so we're in Dire Palace. Couple things I need here. One is like the return point. I'm going to come down to the basement here and get a prayer ring that's hidden in a pot in a jail. Why there's a prayer ring in a pot in a jail, I have no idea. It's one of 2 prayer rings I'll be getting in the run. You can get them with casino coins. It's 10,000 gold worth of casino coins. I don't remember exactly what that correlates to. 2,000 or 2,500 casino coins? I don't know. 1,000 maybe? Maybe it's 1,000. Anyway, 10,000 gold worth of casino coins. You can get more prayer rings, but the 2 that I get are enough. I'm going to come down here and get a MP seed, and then I'm going to get the Aeolus shield, which casts Expel, against the defeat resistance when used as an item in combat, which would be very useful for taking out some enemies that I don't want to deal with killing in the grind before they get a chance to attack me. Come into Bronca. I'm going to get the other prayer ring. And I'm going to grab some money. I don't think I really need it, but there's some safety money here. And we're going to go to Endor. I'm going to do a big menu. So I'm going to focus on this for a moment. Liquid Metal Sword is going to go to Christo. Demon Hammer is going to go to Sophia. MP Seed is going to be used on Hero. Shield is going to go to Alena. Sands of Time is going to go to Alena. Abacus is going to go to Alena. And Abacus is going to go to Christo. And Prayer Ring is going to go to Christo. He's going to equip it. And a Prayer Ring to Hero to equip. And then I'm going to sort my inventory and check to make sure everybody's got the right stuff. Don't want that. I need to give this to Bray, Poison Needle. And I wanted to give this headpiece to Lena. Forgot to do earlier. And that should be everything. All right, and now we're going to go into the Royal Crypt, where liquid metal slimes will show up in droves in the basement. So this grind is... I'm going to use some Monster Munchies to get more encounters here. So yeah, this grind is... I'm going to be going to an XP threshold. About 240,000 experience on Hero is what I need. And the goal is to get a bunch of levels and spells. I particularly need Heal Us on Christo. And I need I'll need to be able to learn Heal Us All on Hero at a various point near the end of the game. So depending on when I leave and what order I do things in, I'm just going to run from that fight because that's terrible. Also terrible. Depending on what order I do things in, I either get it for Infernus Shadow or I get it for Necrosaro. Heal Us All, that is. But I need it for something down there anyway. So, there are 2 quick Metal Babbles. The Metal Babbles have 3 to 5 hit points. And the, yeah, that fight wasn't terrible. That fight was good. Metal Babbles have 3 to 5 hit points. The Metal Babble sword should do 2 without buy kill or 4 with buy kill. So there's a pretty good chance of killing them if buy kill happens. Bray will usually outspeed Christo to buy kill him first, but not always. Alena has a pretty high crit rate, but on fights like that, Alena actually prioritizes using the shield to get rid of enemies or using an abacus to get rid of enemies. For anyone who doesn't know, the Abacus of Virtue actually casts Expel when used as an item in combat. You don't really see it on NES because the NPCs don't really want to use it. But it's very useful here. Both Alena and Christo have one. And reducing the number of enemy attack animations along with the amount of healing you need to do is generally more valuable than the chip damage that Alena would be doing. I mean, she can crit and kill things, but it's just not it's not worth gambling on it and then taking a bunch of damage from random enemies. Pretty unlucky fight there. This shield only hit one of them, but thankfully Zaraki cleaned it up. I do manual healing a lot in this game, especially in this part of the run. I do have Monton, which is a like automatic heal all, but Monton likes to use heal and like rarely uses. It'll like only use heal us if there's like if you are guaranteed to get the full heal us value out of the cast.
I read about how it works in DQ7, and it like tries to minimize the amount of MP it uses to heal you to full. I don't know if they tweaked it for this version, because on DQ7 it seems to cast heal more a lot more often.
The issue isn't MP efficiency. The issue is time. It will spam regular heal over and over and over and use a lot more casts of the spell than manually casting.
Yeah.
Heal more.
Really, anytime you would cast heal twice, you should just cast heal more instead.
Mm-hmm. Unlucky 5 HP babble. This has been a really slow start to this grind. That's not good. I will actually attack the slimes with Alena on this one. There's only one Bippin bar. Okay. Should get both here. Hopefully this guy doesn't kill anyone. Okay. We're good. When the first Bunchy wears off, I'm going to go upstairs, I'm going to hit the heal pad, and I'm going to go get the transform staff, and then I'll come back down for more grinding. But the monster Munchies drastically increase depletion rate, and this floor in particular is the one with the high rate of metal babbles. They can show up on the other floors, but oops. Much less often. Memory cursor was not where I thought it was. Okay, heal was fine. Alright, there's the monster munchie. So I'll take this fight. And what a good one to get. Oops. So that wasn't even a turbo, that was actually mashing. Interesting thing to note here. Pyramid was fine. Especially if they all stick around.
Well, Ash, believe you.
Well, I specifically don't turbo when I need to target abilities. So, let's talk about memory cursor for a moment. I know it's a weird thing, but the way memory cursor works in this game is it remembers the index of which spell you're on in your spell list. And the index, the top of the index is the, like how many spells you know. So if you know 5 spells, the index is 0 to 4, right? The thing is that you don't learn spells in the order they show up in the menu. So when it backfills spells as you gain levels and learn them, 4, if that's for, say, where your memory cursor is, might be by kill. But if you learn a spell before by kill, the memory cursor will move back one. So it's very common in this grind for memory cursor to move from buy kill to speed up. And if you double tap, so I usually hit spell, I usually double tap A, spell, buy kill, and then I have to target buy kill onto Christo. But Piramu doesn't target, it just hits everybody. So when I double tap A to hit buy kill, it will sometimes cast speed up if I'm not really paying attention to spell learning.
And I think it does actually do that in DQ7 as well. I noticed a few hours after you asked me about it that it did that in the overworld spell menu. So.
Oh, interesting. I would never have thought about it for the overworld.
But yeah, because somebody learned, like, whoever I was casting outside with learned to like heal more or something, so that put a spell above outside, and then I turboed into it and it cast something else. Can't even think of which character it was right now.
Interesting. I waffled a little bit on that fight in terms of like expelling, like who should do what, but the Dragonites are fast, but Alena's faster, so I figured expelling the Dragonites and then using Zaraki from Christo to defeat them is the best plan, and that worked. These ones didn't forget how to run Anatolu. So this is actually like a decent opportunity if I don't kill this to use the Sands of Time. Since 3 ran and I didn't kill this one, just reset the fight. Doesn't guarantee anything, but basically, if I kill a babble, I will almost never reset the fight, but it was pretty unlikely. Well, it's a 50-50 shot that I would have killed that one, but resetting the fight was just better odds. So in this version of the game, you can use the Sands of Time really just as much as you want. In other versions of the game, or the NES version, you need to take the inn in order to reset the Sands of Time usage. All right. I'm gonna refresh our munchies. I'm gonna walk back down to near the stairs just in case I need to take another heal pad, but I really shouldn't need to. This fight is garbage. I'm getting a lot of just like really bad encounters.
Yeah. Dragon and Webinar and Metal Babble.
And it dodges the Metal Babble sword hit. There we go.
Yeah, Munchies is the DS name for Scent Pouch.
Yes. I think it's like monster food or something like that, or demon food, I think might be the direct translation. The word for monster often shows up as demon when directly translating. I kind of waffle what to do against these guys, like if Christo should use Zaraki, or if he should attack and I should buy kill. It's because if there's only one left like this, a buy-killed Christo will kill it, whereas Zaraki might not. But if more than one are alive, Zaraki might take them all out. Zaraki being defeat. Like Monster Munchies because alliteration. I feel like that sums up why the DS translations are the way they are. Like, I'm glad that I'm glad that people like that, I guess. But I am definitely not a fan of the everything needs to be alliteration just because, personally. Another 5 HP babble. It's fine. We still killed 2. Okay, hero got Vivify. That's good. Hero's going to be going to level 31 and change. Is kind of like, if you want to look at the level, I haven't checked my XP yet. I'll check it when I get 31. So this game is a remake of DQ4, which is built on the DQ7 engine. So the original version of DQ4 was on the NES, whereas DQ7 was on the PlayStation, but this was a remake of DQ4. DQ1 through 3 all got Super Famicom remakes, but 4 did not. It got this instead. This is annoying. Ooh, there's another menu. Shifting. Both stuck around. And speed up is useful, because like you see there I outsped the metal babble. Like in that case it was just as useful as bike hill. But I have run statistics on simulations on bike hill versus speed up, and on average bike hill is better than speed up. But on an individual fight like that, that's not always the case, so. There's a DQ5 on PS2. There's a Japanese version of DQ5 on PS2. Not on PS1. And the PS2 version, I think, uses kind of its own engine. Like, I don't think anything else uses the same thing. It might be like an early precursor to the DQ8 engine, I suppose. But it definitely doesn't look like DQ8. What am I supposed to do with this fight? Oops. Turbo flakiness. Alright, so just gonna run. When I see blood swords, like, they're not the scariest enemy down here, and there's no easy way to deal with them. So blood swords are frequently just like, hope you run. Oh, the Mystery Dungeon games? That could be. I don't even think of those. I haven't been paying attention to spells, so I'm going to actually see if Christo has Heal Us here. Because Christo getting Heal Us is... He does not. Christo getting Heal Us is pretty critical to this grind, and it's a 50% to learn starting at... I don't know, I thought starting at like 29. He's level 31 now and doesn't have it. So we'll stay here until I get it. It's a weird formation. Babble, sword, sword, 4 babbles. Nice Kaishin. Demon Hammer has not been doing much work this grind. Unfortunately. Come on, Christo. Behomara. Okay, we got Heal Us. So I will check my XP right now. Okay, I have enough XP that I can go at any time. But I'm going to stick around here until the monster munchies wear off. Because I'll lose a lot of time by having them active on the way to Esterk. So I will take a couple extra babbles in order to let the munchies wear off. If I get a bunch of kills, then I'll just leave. But I just attacked the wrong thing. Well, it's fine. I got the babble anyway.
Bit him at least.
I was thinking about that. I'm like, did I just attack the... what are they called? Humbaba?
Humbaba. Or Humbaba.
Yeah.
It's a better translation, but I like Hambalba. Sounds like a sandwich.
Do these guys look like a sandwich?
Oh, they paralyze me like sandwiches do.
Wait, what kind of sandwiches are you eating?
Is that not normal?
No. Okay, so I'll take one more fight, and then that'll be it. The munchies just wore off. I'm glad I take this one more fight. Extra levels is, like, not at all needed, but I'm not going to say no to it. Man, the Demon Hammer this grind was really not good. But 3 more babbles is quite nice. Excellent. The grind was actually, like, pretty slow. In the grand scheme of things. But not bad. Just not, like, really fast. Yeah. I definitely hit more than one thing with the Demon Hammer, but I might have only hit one babble with it. The rest might have just been trash. Alright. This in the dumpster. I can't accidentally use it. The dumpster. Yep. That's what the bag is. It's a big old dumpster. Alright, so I'm going to use the transform staff here. Turn into a monster. That's not a monster. That's also not a monster. We were giant eyeballs today.
Great.
You thought one chapter 1 eyeball was bad. I got 4 of them.
You can probably find this formation in DQ4, or in Chapter 5, I mean, at the desert.
Maybe. I don't know if I've seen more than 2 of them, but maybe they show up in bigger groups. What is this, DQ3? I know. Usually the transform staff, there's a lot more monsters to transform into than there are non-monsters in this game. In DQ3, it's 2 out of 7 to get the thing you need. For shopping at the Oaf Village.
And Dragon Warrior 4 actually has a lot of options for what it can turn you into, but it seems to heavily favor the monsters.
Yeah.
Because I almost always get a monster first try when I use it in here, and It can turn you into townspeople. It can turn you into each of your party members.
It can turn you into your party members, really?
Yeah, it's pretty rare.
I don't know if
I've seen it.
I've never seen it in this version, but that doesn't mean it can't happen. So yeah, now
This version, I'm not sure about party members. I'm not sure if I've seen it.
Yeah. So now we're gonna head down to Esturk. My time isn't really super fast, so I'm not doing the dream and the flute stuff. So I picked up the flute just in case, but I'm not going to be doing the optional content. I got it to kind of pad time if the run was really quick, but it's not. So we're skipping it, which is fine. Takes a few extra minutes. You get a little bit of XP out of it, but so Countess, you want to talk about what the deal is with Esturk? Like kind of what's going on in the story, where we're at, what we're doing. I think Countess might be falling asleep.
I just got a hamburger, but I missed what that was. What you said?
I asked if you wanted to explain what's going on with the story and what the deal is with Esturk and all that.
Oh, they dug them up. There's the digging a hole in chapter 4. They dug a bigger hole, and then after you beat Balzac and go to the Dire Palace, the hole gets even bigger. And then there's a whole castle down here. And they found Esturk, and Sorrow shows up in the castle and says, "Hey, they found this guy. Let's go find him. That's great." He's kind of a celebrity in the monster world. They're coming here to. They want to bring him back to their castle, but we're gonna kill him before they can do that.
Yep, that about sums it up.
Yep.
He's like the Lord of Evil or something, and I don't know. There's some relation to evolution in there, I think, but you know. Like,
yeah, he was using the secret of evolution without the golden bracelet, but now we're doing the secret of evolution with the golden bracelet, so we want to bring him over and show him what we're doing now.
Yeah, there you go. Alright, so there's a little goon fight here. We'll just take this out real quick before Esturk. I love this guy's sound effect on his attack. Really sounds like he's just swinging a giant piece of metal around. Alright, so here's Esturk. He's on a fixed rotation. He starts off asleep. If he stays asleep, he uses an AoE attack. Otherwise, he's on a rotation. And, yeah, I don't know. I don't have too much to say about him. He's pretty easy. The only scary thing is sometimes when he does build up power and attacks, like, he can own people. Not waking up, which isn't, like, a great start. He's awake now. Yeah, like, this is not great, because he'll build up and then attack. And if he hits Christo... it's fine. Christo survives with 4 HP. Or 6 HP, whatever it is he had. Build the power, boost his sleep AoE attack. I think so. It does in NES. I don't put him back to sleep in this version, so I guess I can't say with certainty. I know sap failed or wore off or whatever. I tried resapping, it must not have worked, but I will resap here in a moment. It's kind of worth just letting the rotation play out. He should be dead very soon. If not this turn, maybe the next turn. With that sap wearing off, it actually might be a turn more than I think. I forget his exact HP value. It's like 3,000 or something. Okay, there he is. He's dead. Right about when he should have been. No problem. There's Behomazun, so Hero just learned Heal Us All. So just for sake of keeping track of where we are, I am about 1 minute ahead of my average splits right now. My averages are 518, so we are on pace to be right around estimate, assuming nothing goes wrong. Obviously, if I die to Necrosaro, well, that'll change things. Oh, my favorite, the masks.
Alright, you don't want to fight that one?
No. Especially because it didn't have a Metal King with it. Right on Riverside. So, I have a little bit of a history with the Maskins, which is in Zenithian Tower, you can get King Metal Slimes. Oh yeah, if you come here at night, the guy that you give the gas canister to has like these two ladies hanging out with him for some reason. One's a nun. I don't really know, like, I don't know, they must be talking about like sciencey things or something. Anyway, Metal Kings show up in Zenithian Tower with, and they can show up with friends, like Leaping Maskins. And Leaping Maskins can call for friends. And in one of my first runs of this game, maybe my actual first real run of this game, I ran into a Metal King and I reset the fight with the Sands of Time multiple times until I killed it. And then the Leaping Maskins kept calling for help over and over and over again. And it took like 4 minutes for me to finish that fight. And I did eventually get the Metal King, and it was not at all worth it. Eventually I realized that you could use, I think it was the Aeolus shield on them, and they would poof away. Showing off his bag. Jingle Bells. This is possibly my least favorite Dragon Quest song in the entire series. Is the balloon song in this game. Thankfully, I don't care about video game music too much, and so that applies to that too. I know that's blasphemy to say.
It every time.
I mean, it is bad. And I realize that me saying I don't care about video game music is probably blasphemy in a channel full of RPG fans, but I don't care. Some video game music is really good. Like, it's not like I'm anti-video game music, but it's just, I like video game music when it has vocals in it. So, games like Nier, or Final Fantasy XIII, or Persona 5.
Opinions of the streamer are not necessarily indicative of the opinions of the event. Just throwing that out there.
I do not really
like to not be blacklisted from this channel.
Error. I do not really like the music in Aiden Chronicles. I like Aiden Chronicles the game, but not because of the music. Send me to therapy. Yeah, FF13 owns. The music is really good, and just like the game in general, I love FF13. Super great. Somebody hurt me. So the thing is, like I play music and I listen to a lot of music. And I mostly listen to like heavy metal. And I'm not really just big on like more classical symphonic kind of stuff in general. The thing is, I like video game music in context of a game. Like while playing it, I think it can add to what's happening in the game. But I don't like video game music like outside of the context of the game most of the time. So I can't just like put on the DQ4 soundtrack. I guess is how I would describe that. That's cool, Lev. I don't know any of those bands, but that's cool. I'm glad it was a good show. All right, so I just went to the World Tree. We picked up Lucia, who's a Zenithian who was looking for the Zenithian sword, and we also found the Zenithian sword. And she realizes that we are the legendary hero, and so now we are going to bring her with us back to Zenithia. Realize that I tried to equip the Zenithian sword onto Taloon instead of giving it to Hero. So this is Gotside Island. Gotside's the actual like little town that's over there. Oh boy, ambushed by these idiots. Okay. I'm sure this will be fine.
Birama. Biragona.
Yeah.
They just have magic to cast it all day.
They sure do. It's fine.
Oh, look how fine it is. Look, yeah, Vivify works every time.
That was Revive.
Oh, okay. Well, that does work every time as well.
Yep. I get
I
enough.
just assumed it was hero casting, but it was not.
Nope. I was using Christo. So yeah, this is Zenithian Tower. We got some gear here to pick up. Mysterious Bolero here. Heading up to Zenithia, which is where Lucia's telling us to go. You need to have all the Zenithian equipment equipped in order to enter Zenithian Tower.
With Anatolu on this one, I had 4 world leaves on me the other day, and I was using Life Song or Angel Song, whichever it is that Ira learns. What if I needed them later?
Now, what if you needed them later? I mean, yep.
Except then I used them later, and then later I realized, oh, I could have used the time sand instead, because I never remember to use it on random encounters.
Yeah. You used it in one fight in your run? After somebody died? I saw you and I was so proud.
Yeah, it was probably right after I realized I had already used 2 that I could have avoided using.
Oh, maybe.
That's crazy having all 3 of my leaves after Dharma and then still having all 3 when I picked up the Gracchus leaf and then surviving Gracchus. And against Gracchus, somebody died and I'm like, I could throw a leaf because I have 4 of them, or I could let Jan use his Vivify.
Yep.
He Vivified it, it was fine.
It's always fine. Everything's fine.
And there you go. So if you just value your stuff, and then you won't need them, and that's a lot better than needing them.
All right, so I've picked up the Mysterious Bolero, which is some armor for Christo that will usually restore some MP on him when he gets hit with a spell. I picked up a World Dew. I now have 2 of them. I picked up one in the tree also. And I picked up the Megazaru no Udewa, which is... I don't know what you want to call it. Farewell Bracer? Let's call it the Farewell Bracer, sure. When the person who has it equipped dies, it will revive everybody out who's active in the party and heal everyone to full. It doesn't affect people in the wagon in this version, though. In some games, it will revive everyone in the wagon. It does not in this. It's only active party members. So I'm going to go into Zenithia here with this cloud. I'm going to get 1 more World Dew. Yes, Christo will absorb even from the healing spells. That's correct. So I will have 3 World Dews to go into... 3 World Dews plus the Bracer to go into the Necrosaro fight later. And... then I'm going to go up and talk to Master Dragon. And he's going to power up our Zenithian sword for us and give us a little bit of XP. No, we are not getting Doran. No more NPC party members. Get a cool little cutscene here.
Ren has potential, but generally he's just too random to use. He'll try to put Necrosaro to sleep. At that point, you could just be playing NES. Ragnar's Sword of Lethargy.
I have absolutely no idea what Doran does. I don't even know how to get him. I don't think I've ever even gotten him in NES.
You just talk to Lucia. Probably walk right past her to get to the hole.
Ah.
I know he's got a Blizzard Breath, but Necrosaro I think resists it, so it doesn't do much damage. He's got an attack that can crit, but if it doesn't crit, it doesn't do any damage. And he's got Sweet Breath.
I see. Alright, so we're heading into the final cave. Gonna go Tulun Hero only for this cave. There'll be some more loot to pick up along the way in here. This cave isn't really too scary in this version. The encounter rate is low enough that, not too bad. Small ghouls are really expellable, so I theoretically could have chosen to bring out Alena and used an abacus on them. But I decided not to. They're not really scary. Their attacks can paralyze, I think. But
I'm surprised they didn't give depth to this part of the dungeon, because I always envision this kind of like going around and around in like a downward spiral, but they seem to have flattened it out.
I agree. Yep. Why is... Oh, what? Party order, defend, expel. I will use the abacus on this group. Although my wagon was slow enough that maybe it wasn't worth it. Yeah, I agree. I always kind of envisioned this in a spiral also. And except for a couple of small little ramps, it's
Yeah.
pretty disappointing. Another ambush. You can definitely tell that this game didn't have... I'd say this with most of the remakes, honestly. Even, like, the loved ones, like DQ3 SFC. You can tell they didn't have, like, quite the budget as the mainline releases, like the full new releases.
Yeah.
Either that or, like, they intentionally tried to be extra faithful in weird ways. But I doubt that, considering how much other, like, rework and rebalance went into the remakes that...
Yeah, because there's a lot of things like I complain about Tiptoe because these dungeons weren't designed with the depletion system in mind. So, you know, maybe they could have balanced that better somehow.
Yeah. Well, they could have done like what they did in DQ6, right? Where Tiptoe also increases your ambush rate of getting ambushed by monsters, and then you never want to use it because you just die all the time. And they do the same thing in the other direction in the later remakes, right? Like DQ7 3DS is a good example of, like, they put monsters in the field, but the dungeons are so narrow that you can tell that just wasn't designed to have monsters on the field.
Yeah, they tried to copy the original design too closely without trying to update it for the new engine.
Yep. Alright, so I picked up their Hero Bracer. I got some seeds in one of those middle rooms, a strength, agility, and I don't know, a life seed or an MP seed? I actually don't remember what it was. And I got a water flying clothes for Bray. And now I get to do a big menu. Let's start with the do. So do's go to Alena. Leaf goes to Alena. Agility seed goes to Bray. Life seed goes to Christo. String seed goes to Alena. Necrosaro bracer goes to Ragnar. Equip. Bolero goes to Christo. Equip. Hero has a Zenithian sword. Equip that. Bracer goes to Alena. Hero bracer. And water flying clothes goes to Bray. Walk in here. Do I need to heal? Do I need an in? No, I think I'm good. Christo's MP is pretty low, actually. Let's just take this heal / save here. Yeah, DQ11 with sprinting is a good mention too.
Quality of life. Anything that makes me not have to play this video game longer is quality of life.
When did DQ11 get sprinting? Was it just in the English release in general, or was it only in S? It was in the English release in general, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm pretty sure it had sprinting when I played it, and it was like, why use the horse?
Yeah. Yeah, so the original Japanese release of DQ4, or DQ4, say that because I'm playing DQ4, of DQ11 did not have sprinting. And you got a lot more random fights because they were a lot harder to avoid. Alright, so this is Giga Demon. There are four mini bosses here in this dark world that we need to take out in order to get into Necrosaro's castle. And this is the first of them. And the easiest. He's not really too threatening.
And before you fight this boss, he tries to trick you. He says, oh, I'll give you a reward. Look behind you. And if you actually turn around, he back attacks you in this version. which is a slight version difference. On NES, he just says something different, but it doesn't actually affect the battle.
Yeah, you could argue, Murdoch, that there are 4 distinct versions if you wanted to. Like, you have the 3DS Japanese only release, you have the PS4 Japanese release, you have the North American original release, and then you have the S/definitive edition. And there are various differences between all of them, although really sprinting is like the main difference in the 4 imposters. You didn't see me. Sprinting is like the main difference between the Japanese PS4 and the original North American release. The 3DS version is the most different. That version is very different. It's pretty cool. I like the 3DS version.
I think it's crazy that they made the 3DS version. I can't believe that sold well enough to justify it.
Yeah, I know, I agree.
I fully believe that not coming out in the US, there's no way that would have sold over here.
This is a little scary.
They basically built the game 3 times with PS4 graphics, with 3DS 3D graphics, and with sprites. Like, why did they put all that effort in? I can't imagine that it was actually, like, worth it, but I don't know, maybe Japan felt like it was worth it. I feel like most people don't play even like the newer releases of 11 in the 2D mode. They might try it out, but then I don't think they stick with it.
Yeah, agreed.
Especially since monsters don't have animations, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I would not play it in 2D. Game's really good looking in 3D.
Yeah, I agree. I played it on 2D when I did the when I streamed my 3DS playthrough, like whenever I bought that, and like I was very disappointed in the 2D mode because of that. And then I think Evil Ash played it like around the same time. I should have redone SAP. And played it in 3DS in the 3D mode, and it was like still its own thing, but at least better.
Yeah.
So yeah, I'm not really talking about this boss at all. This is Hell Battler, Inferno Shadow. He's like individually the scariest of these 4 bosses. But he didn't really do anything scary. He kind of screamed at me a lot and didn't spam his AoE abilities. And so he was pretty free. I use speed up to make sure that I can outturn him with my heals. You can play aggressively and just try to like sap and bite kill and not use speed up early. But if he uses like really strong AoE on turn 1/turn 2, you can risk dying or having a worse setup. As long as he drops the awesome sword. He does drop the Sword of Miracles, but I'm not going to be using it on anyone. I'll probably give it to Taloon, but if Taloon needs it, something has gone horribly wrong.
Hey, sometimes Taloon finishes the fight.
I don't believe you. Alright, so this is Evil Priest. Key here is I'm going to use the Zenithian sword to reduce his... to get rid of his barrier, I'm going to use Abacus to try to expel the ghouls. I'm going to use Speed Up, so that way I can outturn him on this next turn. We're going to sap him, now that his bounce is gone. Sap failed. Try that again. That time, good. Fight should be pretty free from here. Might do some damage, but
Like Dragon Quest 11 stream highlights are under Dragon Quest 4. Thanks, Twitch.
Oh boy. Yeah, Sleep Sword does not work on bosses in this version, so... Does not get used. This guy should be dying soon. Just like that. Chapter 6 does not exist in this version. Chapter 6 is pretty fun.
No Chapter 6. No.
The story is not great.
It's an RPG.
But it's fun. The bosses are fun in Chapter 6. And playing with Pissarro in your party is like, it's kind of neat. Like, it's silly that it's like that, but it's kind of neat.
Why would we be friends?
You wouldn't be. Like, it doesn't make sense, but it's still like, it's cool in like a fan servicey kind of way. All right, so this guy, I'm going to play this kind of safely. All I'm going to do is, I'm going to use Sleep more to put them to sleep, and I'm going to spam Macchiato on Bray. 5 casts of Macchiato will kill them. They've got about 450 HP each. And if 2 go to sleep and stay asleep, I can theoretically attack. And try to finish the fight like a turn earlier by doing more damage on top of things. But if they don't die all at the same time, they can call friends. So it's not really worth it. Mahihu. Macchiato. I don't know... What is it? Blizzard? Is this Blizzard? I think that's the name of the English version. I don't know what the modern English name is. It's because... I always get the ice spells mixed up because of Hieruruko, Snowstorm, and like how they've changed a couple of the ice spell tier spells around, spell names around. So I just think of it as Macchiato. Just like Ice Spears. In my head, Ice Spears is always Hyodine. Okay, so all the barriers are down.
And Dragon Warrior 3, it was Ice Bolt, Snow Blast, Snowstorm, and then Dragon Warrior 4, it was Ice Bolt, Snowstorm, Blizzard. And then Ice Spears is kind of its own thing.
Rearranging a little bit of inventory here. I'm going to revive everyone. Yes, even Nara. Don't have enough MP, so we'll use Vivify on Ragnar, which will fail, of course. And then I'm going to go take an inn and save. And then it's time for Necrosaro's castle. I can do this in the final shrine, but I think it's faster to inn and save in Soretta. There's a lot of... I don't know. There's a lot of text and like some animation in the final shrine. I don't actually know what's faster. They're pretty close. All right, one last hurrah for Torneko. Gets to lead our party through Necrosaro's castle. this first floor layout is so much more friendly in this version than it is in NES. Running into 3 Guardians is not an ideal way to do anything, though.
The 3 of them, wonderful.
It's fine. Nobody died. We'll use Krista's MP, I guess.
You got 24 herbs.
I do. But I'm going to use Krista's MP. And then... praying. And it didn't break, so we're fine. Kenner just 2 has been known to make people go mad. Yeti-like performances.
Sometimes you're 18 hours into a speed run and just don't want to die because you want to go to bed.
That was in Famicom, right? I
Mm,
think that was in Famicom.
probably. Feel like I wouldn't have done that one first, so it was probably third.
Alright, so I'm going out of my way a little bit here to get the Sage's Stone. Sage's Stone is technically optional. In my PB, I pick it up and then forget to give it to Bray, so I do Necrosaro without it. So, definitely optional, but it doesn't take that much time to get, and it's very scary to do Necrosaro without it. Really does help on phases 5 and 6 in particular, but also with just general MP management. Thankfully, Necrosaro's castle, like, it's pretty common to get through here with 0 encounters. Obviously, I've already gotten one bad one, but we might not see another. This is an excellent and good-looking game. I agree. Guarded by his barrier goons. He was guarded by his barrier goons. Okay. One great rider. He's got Hageshi? That's rude.
Boy, he does not do that often.
Alright. I'm actually going to use these herbs.
Bone Rider's Revenge.
I know this is slow, but I really do want to have as much MP as I can for Necrosaro. I don't care about Taloon. He doesn't need a full heal. Alright, so I'm going to do a little trick here, which is I'm going to leave the castle and come back in and cast outside. What it's going to do is it's going to return me to the far side of this castle. But it's going to give me the wagon back. Oh, I did that with Bray. That's fine. Bray's MP isn't important. Alright, so I've got the wagon, got all my stuff. Let's us skip getting the Baron's Horn. And now it's time for Necrosaro. So... yeah, you want to talk about Necrosaro, Canis?
Yeah, he's boss with a couple of phases here. So in this version, We're not going to do quite as much setup in the beginning as you would on NES, but we're not as complicated of a setup anyway because we got full control of our team, so we don't have to fin spell him. We are going to confuse him so that he doesn't get.
No, I'm not.
I believe that stops his critical hits, right?
It does, but I'm not going to do it.
Oh, okay. Yeah, they're pretty rare. He can't get critical hits at all on NES, but on PlayStation he can. Oh, well, there you go. See ya, Christo.
It's the worst person to get crit to because now I have to rely on Vivify.
All right, you should have 4 world leaves.
I do have a world leaf I could use, but I don't want to use it on phase 1.
Not this early. Could also reset the fight, and it only reset like 3 turns.
That is true. But it's fine. Vivify worked.
Yeah, in general, I think every phase of this fight is like 50% more HP than its NES counterpart, so he sticks around a little longer. Although we're also like 5 levels higher than you are in an NES speedrun.
Yep. Phase 1 there had 2,000 HP. This phase has 1,600. Phase 3, I think, has 1,200 or 1,400. And then it's like 1,600 again, and like 1,800 and then 2,100, I think, are the HP values for phases.
Phase 3 is the least HP, but it's still the worst phase.
Phase 4 might have less. I might have those backwards, but yeah.
Yeah, and phase 2 here, you could kind of expect this, but he goes down from attacking twice to attacking once because he lost his arm, and then phase 3 he loses his other arm, so now it's just Necrosaro's head fighting you. In this phase, he has a lot of really annoying moves. He has Increase, he has Sweet Breath, which puts your party to sleep, Firebane, Zaki, which is the beat spell, Snowstorm, and I think a physical attack. I think that's all 6.
You have Firebane. I don't know if you said that.
Yeah, I don't remember. But yeah, and the big difference between this version and NES version is that he attacks twice in this version, and it really makes all of the difference because now he can like cast Increase and Firebane, or like Increase and Beat. It's something else. So like on NES, if you cast Increase, that's just kind of a wash of a turn because you counter it with the Zenithian sword or by lowering his defense. There's Beat. But yeah, here he's throwing 2 annoying attacks at you each round, and especially if Beat lands a lot.
Yeah.
Oh,
it's all right.
Push the phase over with Alena down.
That's okay.
You get a free turn here though, because he's gonna open up. This is kind of a half phase or whatever.
It's unfortunate because I really like to get Sap off during this phase. He heals immediately after this, so like the damage isn't super significant, but it's really nice to get Sap off during this phase, and I was not able to because of... Oh, there's 2 crits. I mean, they're immediately healed here, but... yeah, this guy takes 1 to 2 actions per turn on phase 4 here. He's on a fixed rotation.
Yeah, that's another difference from NES is this phase only has 1 action per turn on NES, so that he gets through his cycle a lot faster here, and he has Freezing Waves and Meditate both in this cycle. So, yeah, on NES you can kind of just hope to not see Freezing Waves or to only see it once, but here he's probably going to meditate a couple of times to restore 500 HP every turn, or every rotation of 6 moves.
If I'm lucky, I'll kill him before he does it again, but most likely you will see it one more time.
Yeah.
I'd really like him to only take 1 action for a couple turns.
Yeah, these later phases here, if he keeps taking multiple actions, which specifically if he like breathes a lot of fire every turn, then you're gonna just get away from you a little bit.
Please stop here.
PLS is gonna have trouble keeping up.
Okay, he stopped here. So, should be able to push the phase. Yep. Okay. So it's kind of important to have speed up on going into this next phase, and preferably an increase. Phase 5 spams a lot of Fire Breath, and it's really scary, especially if he uses it twice in 1 turn. Phase 6 does the same thing, but favors physicals a little bit more. I'm actually going to use a World Do. I kind of have one allocated to use at the start of phases 5, 6, and 7. That lets me make sure I can get sap up here. This is where I start to get nervous. Thankfully, I have 2 increases up, so I can get away with 1 heal us. Gas is very good. If he uses double fire, or if he hurts the back people a lot, then I need to double heal with Christo and the Sage of Stone on Bray. I actually need to anyway here because Alena does not have resistance to breath, and she's taken a lot of damage. Hero can use Heal Us All if needed. I do actually want to use a Prayer Ring on Hero, if possible, to get him back up over 140. This guy's breathing a lot of strong fire, which is normal, but his sap wore off. I need to redo that. It's pretty close to the phase change, but... Yep, there it is. So I can use a World Do at the start of phase 6. I need to do an increase. I'm going to use a Prayer Ring. So Prayer Ring, World Do, increase, and sap. This is fine. This is, like, very expected. And phase 6 is basically the same as 5, but he doesn't use his scary abilities as much, which makes him a lot nicer. I'll do that. I'll use Heal All onto Bray. Christo's running out of MP, but again, that's expected. He doesn't need it after this phase. I don't have enough for that. That's actually kind of bad. What do I do about this? I guess I use Heal Us All. This could actually be like a really bad decision. It won't be like fight ending, but okay, we're fine. Heal Us All worked. I just could have ended up wasting resources that I didn't want to lose if that had not worked out. We're pretty close to going to 7. But I used a Prayer Ring on Hero. So I'm actually debating defending with Alena on this turn. But I'm not going to. Because she might push it into 7. She did not. Neither did Hero. Okay, well, I thought I was a little farther along than that. That's okay. I think that's okay. So phase 7 is 2100 HP, no regen. He starts with the bounce effect up and has... This is kind of scary. Alright, we're fine. Strong attacks, he's got Gleaming Icy, which is a very strong breath attack. He has the strong fire, he's got very strong physicals, and he's got freezing waves. And I'm going to bring out a couple of other party members, in particular the sisters. And I'm going to try to get Mara to cast Sap on turn 1 here. Hopefully she doesn't die before getting it off. I think Hero's got good HP, so let's see what Hero's HP is at. 171, that's actually not great. You know what? I am not going to... I'm not going to do that strat I need to do.
Nah, 7 phases is pretty excessive even for this series.
Excellent first turn. Double physical with increase up is great. So the general strategy here now is to spam heal us all with the hero, who should go after Necrosaro. He did not. Speed up does that sometimes on turn 1, so that's probably okay. I do have the Farewell Bracer on Ragnar, so, like, I can kind of recover from most things. Okay. Speed up is off because of the freezing waves, so we're good now. We kind of just settle into this routine. I do need to make sure sap stays refreshed. Gleaming Icy. I need to reduce sap next turn. Freezing Waves. So we're about halfway through the fight, maybe a little farther. It's kind of going okay. I'm taking a lot of damage on this turn here, but we survived. Excellent. Gleaming Icy. We're definitely going to win.
Don't take that, you'll ruin the suspense.
Krista's HP is like, poof, just high enough.
Yeah.
And we got him.
Alright, GG. Didn't even run out of magic.
Nah, had another heal us all, and I still had the Farewell Bracer.
Yep.
Poof. Always a little scary on Necrosaro 7. So the Flame Breath plus Gleaming Icy, which he did twice, has a really high chance of just killing Christo, who has no defense to breath attacks. And he was throwing in a lot of freezing waves, which, like, one thing I was doing during that fight was, during phase 7 was I was using Bray to buy-kill Christo, which might seem weird, but Christo has the Metal Babble Sword, which is, again, the strongest sword in the game, and using buy-kill on Christo is about the same amount of, like, damage delta compared to just casting Macchiato with Bray, but Macchiato has a long spell animation versus not, but it's a little bit of kind of double-edged, because depending on turn order and freezing waves, buy-kill could be better, or just, like, completely useless. But yeah. And then Christo was just physical attacking, because he had no MP and nothing else to do. The fastest strategies use the Metal Babble Sword on the hero for damage, and actually heal with, like, Christo and Bray during that fight, during that phase, like I did in all the other phases. But it's really scary to do that. I do not like doing that at all. I've done it, but certainly not a strategy I would want to do in a marathon run. Yeah, how long from boss to the end? It's 13 minutes from Necrosaro kill until the end. So we've got 10 minutes or so of credits here, 10, 12 minutes of credits. Yeah, thanks for the GGs, everyone. Semi, Evil Ash, Anatolu, Error, Ashiken, Pop, Mako, Vela of Lavkian, Tonic, WKBJ, Air Kicks, Code and Data, Idragoso, Heavy Armor, the 6-player. Rainerunis. Arukami, Debtor. Karant, Kyo. Striker. Doisum. Captain Vittles. Silly Dabbit. Hot Toddies. Yeah. That was really fun. How long did it take to memorize the Japanese menuing? It's kind of hard to say. Like, I went into this knowing how to read katakana and hiragana. So, like, recognizing characters and stuff like that was never really an issue. I ran DQ3 SFC for quite a long time, and DQ1 SFC before learning this. So, I knew a lot of the item names, I knew a lot of the character names, and things like that. So, I don't think, like, it being in Japanese made it much easier or harder to learn. There were some things, but it took me quite a while to learn, like, the menuing in this game in general. Like, to have this game fully committed to memory. I didn't use notes at all. I only used notes for the manips during this run. I verified one thing just to make sure I hadn't forgotten something. But to commit the game to memory took quite a bit of effort. But not because of Japanese, just because it's a long game with, like, really technical menus and very specific strategies. So yeah, it's JRTA, so the timing will end at the end. So we get this little post-game scene here, and then some credits. Get to go through all the towns that we visited along the way. All the heroes' hometowns. This run ended up pretty good. I'm definitely happy with it. It was underestimate, under my average time. So, kind of all I could ask for.
Yeah, can't really complain about under average.
Chapter 2 was the notable disaster. Chameleon Man death, Birdsong Tower death, slow manipulations, but what else did I have? Had a wipe to Balzac in Chapter 5. I don't know.
Yeah, you got Snowstorm crazy.
Yeah. Otherwise, like, I don't know. Pretty... Oh yeah, Lingwar trolled me. I had the arena wipe. You're right.
Yeah. Well, chat trolled you.
Yeah, that's true. It's really Sindrina and Northrex's fault.
Yeah.
It's what I get for listening to them.
Was out of your hands.
B, B, C, D, D, C, A, B, or D, A, C, B. Whatever the orders were there. And then A and Prey just, it was the right answer all along. Yeah, so I'm glad everyone showed up to watch this run. I know it can sometimes be tough to watch a run that you don't know in Japanese. Obviously, this version is Japanese only. So I appreciate everyone showing up to hang out, to watch the run. Hope you all enjoyed the PlayStation version of the game, the music, the graphics. This run is a lot of fun. I don't know that, like, it's my top recommendation if somebody were going to get into DQRTA, but I do wish more Western runners ran this game. The only ones I know of that have done runs of this were Countess, Clear Tonic, and Darko. And neither of them played it for a long period of time.
Yeah. I only stuck with it with like a couple months. That was a while ago.
Yeah, I mean, that must have been, what, like 2018 or something? 2017?
Yeah, whatever year I did it in the marathon, and this run beat me by like 2 hours.
Yeah. Manipulations being allowed helps add a lot of consistency, although it's a lot of work to route out.
Yeah.
And
it was, at the time, I think, only the only like non-NES Dragon Quest I had run in you had experience with a couple of others before starting this.
Oh, for sure. Yeah, and I mean, I put a lot of work and a lot of practice into this run over the years.
Yeah.
It's kind of
I
amazing.
might have done DQ1 before doing this, but that doesn't really count.
It's kind of amazing with the DQ games, with especially like these earlier, like J DQ games, and even the English ones, just like how much time you can gain or lose due to like movement and like little menuing inputs and optimizations. Like I talked about it throughout the run where I was like trading things around or a sloppy menu or something. And it might have still seemed quick, but when you add that up over the course of 5 hours, it really takes a lot of practice to get this all down. And I haven't been running this game recently. I mean, I de-rusted it the last month or two for this run, for this event. But my PB is a 4:49, and I'm like reasonably happy with my PB, so I don't plan on making it like a main speed game again anytime soon. But I do want to thank my friend Countess for joining me on commentary.
Yeah, I was mostly here.
You were kind of awake. That was good.
Should have napped earlier, but I had stuff to do, so I didn't. It's fine. Now I'll sleep tonight.
Yep. So up next after this is going to be Mako Mako with Dragon Quest II Super Famicom. Again, obviously the timing still has a couple minutes to go here, but switch to the intermission screen after this and play a little bit of music while setting up for that game. So if anyone likes DQ2, likes DQ2 SFC, likes watching Mako Mako, stick around. I know it's kind of late for a lot of folks in the US right now. It's 1:30 in the morning for me, but yeah, it'll be a great run. DQ2 is a really awesome speedrun. I'm not a big DQ2 fan casually, but every time you play DQ2, it gets more and more fun, and it's a really good speed game. It's a really technical run. A lot of knowledge that's required to do it quickly and efficiently and consistently. And quite a bit of DQ RNG on top of it.
Yeah, we got it all, the whole package. And then right after DQ2, we're having DQ3 Super Famicom with Simi Simi, who I think is also in chat. So it's a lot of similarities between the technical skill required between those two runs.
Yeah, a lot of similarities, a lot of differences.
Yeah.
DQ3 is a lot more personal style kind of thrown into things, where DQ3 is very much a, almost every fight has a best decision, and it's a matter of knowing that and doing it quickly. But they are also very similar runs in a lot of ways too. So it's really cool to see both of them will be some of the Japanese runners. It's really cool to see more of them involved in our DQ RTA Marathon this year. This really is there's been, kind of off and on throughout the years, a lot of international collaboration with the DQ games. Obviously, they're much bigger in Japan, but it's very fun to like race them and participate in events together and things like that. So it's really excellent to see Marathon be represented by both communities.
Yes, speaking of the, you say the scene's bigger in Japan. If you thought my Dragon Warrior 7 run was prohibitively long, keep in mind that the leaderboard in Japan is 41 times on it. It's more than any Western Dragon Quest game leaderboard.
Yeah, even more than DW1.
Yep. I haven't looked at that board in a while, but it's probably not higher than low to mid 20s. I think it was 18 people on it last I checked.
Nearing the end of the credits here. Timing will end on the quill fade out.
Yeah, I'd stay up and watch some more, but I unfortunately have a run to do on Saturday morning at 9 a.m., so I can't stay up too late tonight or I won't sleep tomorrow.
5:15:02. Final time.
All right.
Awesome. Very happy about that. Thank you all for watching. I'm going to move this over to the intermission screen, play some music for a couple minutes, and we'll be back shortly with some DQ2. So stick around.